Me.
Ain't gonna be no camera today, y'all. This is how we doing this. We're gonna do a panel. We're gonna do a panel today. I'm too lazy to set shit up. I'm too lazy. What's going on, y'all? All right, we in the building. We turn this shit down for a second. All right. Anyway, cover the Negro swag, eloquently petty, articulate assholery. Keep It 100 channel. We are in the building. Tuesday, September 23rd. What's going on, people? All right. This will be open. I will be dropping the link. Okay. I'm not forgetting to say shit. Bitches and niggas and bitches. You could be anywhere in the world. But you're here with me. Blase blah, liggity blah, 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 blah. Coon is the new black. Shit is becoming very stylish. This stream is not about anybody in particular. Ignore the guy in the chat. Ignore the guy in the chat. I'm not attacking anyone in particular. This stream is not about hood conservative, okay? I see hood conservative in the chat. What's going on, bro? I've been seeing your activity lately. You know, but yeah, this shit ain't about anybody in particular. At least not anybody, not any content creators. You know what I'm saying? Let's shout some people out. Shout out to Mike Ferg, the Rabbit Dog. Adric is on. Leon Henny King is in the building. Ron Matthews. Outspoken introvert Jay Cavassier. Old Soul Chief. Snaz is in the building. I see you, Snaz. How you doing, Maggie? All right. So, too lazy to set up cameras. I know y'all used to see me on camera. Y'all know what I look like, man. Let's skip all that. So first thing I want to throw on here. Let me see what I got here. I got a few things to play for y'all. I'm gonna be joined by some people before I drop the link. You know what? First things first. Let's get to this.
To Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Saul T-Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
Nah, no boogers. Hey, man, you don't cam up, man. Don't be talking about me not camming up. You don't cam up. Anyway, so this shit is called Coon is the New Black. That's my feelings. Look, you got your usual black conservatism. I'm used to the usual black conservatism, but like this shit is kind of making my skin itch, right? So, hood conservative, right? Hood conservative does what he does. He does it on a regular. Hood conservative is hood conservative all year. I'm seeing a new breed of nigga coming up. You know what I'm saying? Now, hood conservative says, I'm extremely right. I'm on the right, riggedy right, right? That's what he does, right? And he does it very well. He's actually entertaining with it. Like, but what I'm seeing, and especially on Facebook, I'm seeing a lot of like, you know what I'm saying? Dudes who, are usually like you know, we had the conversation about you know, the women and shit like that. Like really, like everything that comes up in the news, that involves black men, whether it be with the police or anything, you know, anything. Like, it's certain cats that just find themselves on the other side of the argument all the time. Like, there's never a situation where there's a black guy and some other shit, and you know, maybe, just maybe, motherfucker might be a victim or falsely accused or this or that. And it reminds me of the shit that we often say about black women. You know, black women got our name out here in the dirt and this and that. But niggas are doing the same shit. You're doing the same shit. The home rule news says, show your face, Marcus. Take off your hat, Marcus. Show your face. We can't see you, Marcus. Hey, man, what's good, bro? Said to the chat and the instructor on the panel, Osu. Hey, man, I'm going to be dropping the link. So, you know, hey, Hood, check this out, Hood. I would prefer to save you for the political stream we got coming up. I don't want to waste your talking points on this because we got politics as usual coming. And who I got or who I'm expecting Conservative. That's you. I'm expecting Mr. Fantastic. I'm expecting Hardcore Tito. I'm expecting, who else is done? I'm expecting Ty City Uncut Underground. Okay? That's who I'm expecting, right? Yeah. I feel you, but I don't want to block you from coming up here. I don't want to do that. Because you know, bro, you already know. I'll bring you up here anytime. I just want to, you know, I want to save the talking points. I want you to have to say the shit twice. It's up to you, bro. It's up to you. I ain't going to, if you hit the link, you hit the link. I ain't going to stop you from coming up here. But at any rate, how you doing, Miss Cantrell? What's going on? So, matter of fact, let me play one more thing. Let me play one more thing just before we go any further. Before we go any further, I just wanted to play something. I'm gonna cut this out later because this is gonna be copyright strike type shit. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. What the hell? What the hell going on? Okay, here we go. And let's do it.
Good time. Anytime you need a payment. Good time. Anytime you need a free. Good time. Anytime you're on the Monday. Not getting hustled. Keeping your head above water. Making a way when you can. Temporary layoffs. Good times. Easy credit rip-offs. Good times. Scratching and surviving. Good times. Hanging in a jar. Good times. Ain't we lucky we got 'em? Good times.
All right, I got something else for y'all, and we're gonna get right into this shit. So if somebody says something to me, I want y'all to check this out, because this is where we headed with it. Okay, check this shit out.
Whoa, we need a big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang them up high at sundown. Leave them swinging so the folks all know you don't mess around in our town. A big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang them up high at sundown. Leave them swinging so the folks all know you don't mess around in our town.
Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. But if you do, bitch, we'll hang you in a fucking field. We don't judge by skin, we judge by soul. So God can judge your sin, but bitch, you gotta go. Austin Metcalf lost his life at a track meet. The news won't say it, so I say it on a trap beat. And while they running from accountability, Lake and Riley was murdered while she was running in the streets. Who would have thought the girl who left the danger in Ukraine would get her life taken riding on a train by a nigga when she's repping Black Lives Matter? But you triggered by this song, tell me which is sad.
A big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang them up high at sundown. Leave them swinging so the folks all know you don't mess around in our town. A big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang them up high at sundown. Leave them swinging so the folks all know you don't mess around in our town. Oh, there's too much crime in the streets these days. Too much evil going down. If they get them up out of the bricks for a while, the judge turns them loose on the town. How many mothers gotta cry? How many children gotta die before we put an end to all this mess? We ought to do it like they did it way back in the day, cause granddaddy's way it works best. Who's gonna right them wrongs, my friend? Vengeance is the Lord's, but brother, justice ain't a sin. We need a big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang them up high at sundown. Leave them swinging so the folks all know you don't mess around in our town. A big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang them up high at sundown. Leave them swinging so the folks all know you don't mess around in our town.
All right. And that was that new it's the it's the Klan, and with their new hit is Forgiato Blow and JJ Lawhorn called Good versus Evil, right? It's interesting, right, that they use rap, right, to do this with, right? So you're gonna use the rap, the music of the Negroes to talk shit to the Negroes. Okay, all right, yeah. What's his name? A conservative said, "This is that ugly racism." I mean, they talking about hanging motherfuckers from trees, homie. Is it that ugly racism? You right? So what else we got here? Because when I pulled this up, shout out to Adrian Hicks. He's the one that sent me that. Let me see what else we can find on here, because once you pull that up, you find a lot more stuff, right? So let me go to my history. Listen to this. It's like a new genre of music. Like it's like like Kirk. Like that's like a new genre. Like they're doing all these records for Kirk, right? Let me see if I can find this other shit. All of a sudden I can't find it. We might skip it. If I can't find it immediately, we gonna skip it. I go to something else. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen a few things on here.
What the fuck you?
So let me share this one with you. I find a lot of this stuff interesting. All right, so let's stop this one and let me share another one with you. Shall I? Would you like to hear more? Although more that good old Opry. Let's go. Let's play this one.
What the fuck you rapping for? Nigga ass nigga, got your sagging pants with your ass hanging out the back.
So we've already talked about conservatives who hate rap, but what about the ones that don't, at least enough to participate in it? That's right, I'm talking about Republican rappers. Now I think we're all familiar with Old Tommy and his brand of rap, but recently I've come to find out that he's far from the only Republican making rap music. Apparently, this is a whole entire genre we didn't even know about. So I thought it would be fun to dive into some tracks and see what it's all about. Today, we're going to take a look at 3 songs going from least racist to most racist. So stay tuned, because you don't want to miss out on all this ignorance. Typher, The Patriot, featuring the Marine rapper. Yes, that is his real rap name. On January 6, 2021, The Patriot, a song by 2 military veterans, charted on the hip-hop and R&B billboards. 2 weeks later, it was removed from all streaming services without explanation. Hashtag free the Patriot. How much you want to bet they removed it themselves just so they could say they're being silenced? That would actually be a smart-ass move. We know iTunes isn't out here removing songs simply because they're patriotic, so it's either some shit you said or you're lying.
Tens of thousands on my right, thousands by my side. War between good and evil, watching our fists collide. This is where we make a stand, no more give or take. March around the Capitol, storm the city gates.
Oh, there it is. I think I know why your song got removed.
Putting pressure on their necks until the truth breaks.
And is that supposed to be like a George Floyd diss? Why would you say that? I mean, the man died.
Enough with tyranny, we come to take our country back. For all citizens, white, red, brown, or black.
Wow. So it's like that, huh?
Star Spangled Banner got it playing loud and proud. People from all walks of life filling up the crowd.
I'm sorry, but this is just so fucking gay. I had to say it, man. It's so dramatic, so over the top for no reason. Who are you fighting against anyway? Liberals? What, you're gonna go to war with cancel culture? Bro, come on. You live in Arkansas. I promise you it's not that serious. And that
It's funny. Right. It says I'm gonna subscribe to him. Who you gonna subscribe to? This guy right here? Oh man, I can't wait till I drop this link. Let's go. Let's listen. Let's watch some more.
It's going down.
Wow. This Game of Thrones ass hook, this medieval ass hook. Also, why does the singer have like a weird Irish accent? I thought this was.
You know, the funny thing about all this like Christian-based patriotic bullshit is that the country was founded upon like being like separate from church, right? The country was founded on being separate from church. I see you, Cam. But what I'm realizing is, you know, whether it be, you know, these rednecks or whether it be like, you know, like these coon dudes, right? And I'm gonna call him a coon. I notice a lot of this shit is hidden behind religion. A lot of this shit is hidden behind religion. At this point, I don't know why black people subscribe to Christianity. I don't get it. I don't get it because everybody who don't like you fuck with it. Oh, it's good, it's evil, and oh my God, you know. Eric being raccoon, huh? You know. So he said, coons are the future. I'm the coon of tomorrow. Let me explain something to everybody. Hey, look, if you out there, I'm not gonna call you a coon. If you call yourself a coon, hey, yeah, look, so be it. So be it. The clips, so be it. Let me tell you something. All of y'all dudes, right? Y'all black dudes, right? Who y'all think because y'all share a religion with these people, or that y'all share political views with these people, or that y'all against the letterbox people, or that y'all against, you know, whatever views or feelings or opinions that y'all share with these people. Let me let y'all be reminded of what happened when this whole manosphere shit started and the MGTOW shit was happening. And the white boys came in and they agreed. They said, yeah, feminism is a problem. Yeah, we agree. They agree with you until They agree with you until, you know, for every Negro who thought, hey, you know what, if I fight a war with these people, you know, or I vote for them, or if I join the NRA, or, you know, whatever you're doing to try to, you know, blend in, you know, whatever you think you're doing to agree and to, you know, has a sort of middle ground, whatever it is, you know, a nice try. But you're going in the nigga hole with everybody else. Just remember this. When they dig the nigga hole and they put all the niggas in it, you're going to say, well, that's that. And that's when, you know, the good old boy is going to say, that's right. That's that. And then they're going to take the left side of your head and push your mind right. And you're going to be on top of the niggas in the nigga hole. But you was different. I ain't like them niggers over there. You know? Don't trust them new niggas over there. Yes, Hood. The nigga hole. Hey, look. Hey, Hood. I'm using your energy tonight, man. You going in the nigga hole. You're going in the nigga hole with the rest of the naggers. Oh, this shit finna be offensive. You know what I'm saying? No, see, Steven ain't get dumped in the nigga hole because Massa died first. I count 2 guns, nigga. You count 6 shots. I count 6 guns. Pardon me, 2 guns. I count 2 guns. At the end of the day, for all you Negroes who think you're going to delineate from the rest of the Negroes, let me tell you, these still nigga. Rich nigga, poor nigga, short nigga, tall nigga, fat nigga, skinny nigga, still nigga. Nigga, you still nigga. He said, who killed Steven? Some nigga on the nag. Yeah, well, you know, again, Massa died first. Massa died first. Is that the plan to be Steven? I'm going to be Steven and my life will be spared. So the plan is to be the head nigga on the plantation. Gun line, nigga. Is that the flex? I'm the head nigga on the plantation. Is that how you win? I know Hood is gonna jump up here. He's gonna get y'all mad. He's gonna get y'all mad. He's gonna piss him off. He's gonna piss y'all off. But is that the flex? Is that the flex? That you get to be the head nigga in charge on the plantation? At least I ain't one of y'all niggas out there in the field. I'm just saying. What else I got here for y'all, man? I got some more shit. Oh, so a lot of conversation has been had about, had around the crime stats, right? I've been talking about this, this thing about it's on my community tab that 13% of the population is responsible for 50% of the crime. Right? 13% of the population is responsible for 50% of the crime. This is the argument, right? So let's start breaking that down. Before I even play the video. Right? Let's start off by saying this. First of all, get the 13% out of here. Right? Because you would have to be saying that women are as equally responsible for the violent crime as men. And we know on his face that's not true. Right? So then you're going to make it about 6%, which is actually black men. If you're talking about violence and you want to talk about, the entire male population, because you would think that if you say 6% of the population is responsible for half of the crime. I'll be right there with you, Maggie. But let's just break this down from the beginning. That would have to mean all of the black male population is killing motherfuckers. If you're going to put it on black men, if you're going to say 6% of the population of America, which is black men, allegedly, then you would be saying that all black men are shooting shit up. That's what you would be saying if you're going to say 6%. Because 6% of the American population is black men. So that means all of us would have to participate. So that means y'all niggas are killers. That means y'all niggas are killers. Hey, Hood, man, how many bodies you catch today? Hey, Lou, how many bodies you catch today? How many bodies y'all catch today? I'm just saying. How many bodies? Hey, Hood, even if you throw women in there and you say, okay, 13%, that would mean that 13%, which is the whole black population, is shooting motherfuckers. Let's start there. I want to break down how stupid this stupid shit sounds, right? King Von. Oh, Chicago. Do 6% or 13% of the population live in Chicago? I mean, last time I looked, I think there was black people outside of Chicago. Like, how much of the black population does Chicago make up? I think there might be some niggas other places. Let's just start there as far as how stupid this shit sounds. And this is before I even get to the facts of the matter. Even though these are the facts too. If you're going to say 13% is responsible for some shit, that would mean the whole 13%. That means all black women and men are out here with 9s and Uzis and shit, just shooting shit up. And if we're going to say most of that is black on black crime, then why ain't we all dead? We should be all dead in this motherfucker. We should all be dead. Now, before I play this video, let me address something else. And Maggie, let me star your comment so I can find it later. Because this shit's scrolling. Where's her shit? Okay, there you go. Let me star your comment because I'm gonna bring it up. I ain't miss you. So let me address something else. There's less than 500,000 black men or black people in jail. You would think it's millions, but there's a little bit over, 500,000 white men in jail. If black people were responsible for half the crime in this country, because that's a numeric impossibility. If we were responsible for half the crime in this country, that means we would have to seriously outperform every other racial group in violent crime. And I'm specifically talking about violent crime. I ain't talking about no jaywalking. I ain't talking about smoking no weed. I ain't talking about none of that stupid shit. I'm talking about violent crime. we would have to, you take every other race that's not black and you add all their crime up together, and whatever that number is, that's whatever that number is, black people are doing that number alone. This shit sounds as stupid as every 5.5 minutes a black woman is killed. That sounds as stupid as that. You tell niggas some shit like that about niggas, and they're like, that right, that sounds true to me. Cause y'all ain't never been in no all-white environment. Y'all ain't never been around white people where ain't no black people at. All y'all around is the city where is some more niggas. And because you in the nigga bubble, you think, well, it got to be true, because that all I see when I look around, I see niggas shooting each other. Get out the fucking hood. How about that? Everywhere where there's black people in America is not a hood. Nah, Mike, you got bodies, man. You done shot niggas. Hey, Hall of Fame, you done shot niggas. Lou, you done shot niggas. All y'all niggas is killers. Hey, Jay, you done shot niggas. You done shot niggas, man. Don't switch it up. You agreed with the original shit. You said we responsible for half the murders out here. This is actually untrue. I lived in a white town and I seen motherfuckers killing each other and killing themselves. The murder-suicide in the white town that I stayed in was common. Yup. And I was only there 6 months. So this is a lie. I'm going to be challenging some things today. And then we're going to do our, our political thing, Hood. Oh, I forgot to mention Tice. Tice is going to be up with us too. But all y'all niggas is niggas. How you going to say everybody on some thug shit? What, except you? So, another thing. Gang violence is gang violence. The bullshit that I'm hearing, and I'm gonna call this out. If anybody jump on this when I drop this link, you call this shit out. I'm gonna call our bullshit today. I'm gonna be calling out bullshit today. In the past week, we seen a white man kill another white man. This shit got the nation going crazy. Let's put this shit into context. A white man killed another white man. That's what happened. It's white on white crime. Since we have black on black crime, that was white on white crime. I don't want to hear shit about Democrat, Republican. I don't want to hear shit about liberal, conservative. I don't want to hear shit about that. Because when it's Crip and blood, it's nigger crime. Because Crips and Bloods they're gangs, right? It's gang violence. But no, but they're black. It's niggas. Fuck the fact that it's gang violence. These are two black guys. So it's nigger crime. But when it's white crime, it ain't white. It's political. It's Democrat, Republican. See, it's really about the libs and the conservatives. Get the fuck out of here. You don't get to remove the context of the crime when it's niggas, but then add it back when it's some white people. So when there's a white man shoot some shit up, is mentally ill or is some political shit or whatever fucking frosting niggas want to put the bullshit on, right? But no matter the context, see, if a motherfucker take my money and I slap the shit out of him, fuck what happened is black on black. And we need to get along, because no matter what a nigga do, if I do something to him, it's black on black. Fuck the context. You know, shit that happens in every race, demographic, area, whatever. In the context of non-black, it's that shit. But in the context of black, it's just black on black. So when it's road rage between two white guys, it's road rage. If it's road rage between two niggas, it's a nigga moment. It's black on black. So white men could shoot each other, kill each other in a road rage incident. And I've seen white on white road rage out where I am. I have seen it. Don't tell me that shit ain't real. It's real. That's road rage. Florida man, right? But if a nigga and another nigga get into some road rages, oh my God, it's black on black crime. Because niggas ain't supposed to ever get into it with each other over nothing. Black people ain't never supposed to have issues with each other that could lead to any sort of violence. The regular day-to-day human existence violence. Everything is framed around race when it comes to black and black issues. Everybody else is just, you know, some people who got into an issue and it's about the issue. And Nameless, if you could jump up here, I would love it, because I know you're going to drop some fucking bars on this topic. You know, one of my favorite quotes of yours is, black people are expected to solve the human condition. So because we brothers, we supposed to hold hands and never have an issue. Will Smith slaps Chris Rock on TV. That shit is black on black crime. Everything is black on black crime. If I cough on a nigga and he gets sick, it's black on black crime. Fuck World War I and World War II and Ukraine versus Russia and, you know, this one versus that one, and, you know, all these mass shootings and mass killings and wars and motherfuckers dropping bombs. We the worst out this motherfucker. I don't know a black country or some niggas that ever dropped an atom bomb on shit. Name me the country. Name me a country with all the weapons of mass destruction and the missiles and all this shit. Now, you said no one ever called. Listen, bro. They didn't call that specifically. But you get the point, bro. You get the point. So let me play something here. I'm going to play this shit. It's about time for me to play this. All right. So, you know, I know there will be a great deal of cognitive dissonance. I could say this stuff, but, you know, I'd rather play the video, because the guy in the video has a white man's voice, and I know y'all believe what white men say when they say it, unless you know, oh, he's a racist liberal, because, you know, Republicans love black people. They just love niggas. Republicans just love niggas. Oh my God, they can't get enough of niggas. You know, the liberals, they're the racists, right? They're the racists. You know, racism doesn't exist unless it's motherfuckers on the left. Right? So let's do this. Let me full screen this. So let's listen to this.
Hi there. My channel and content, along with many other fantastic creators, is now on Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. I'll talk a little bit more about it at the end of the video, and I even have a nice little discount for you to check out as a thank you for supporting my channel. Hey, did you know black people in the US are responsible for most of the crime in the US despite only being a small proportion of the population? Unbelievable, right? Well, yeah, actually, in this case, literally, it is not believable. This meme is built on a falsehood. The 13-50% haha so funny nonsense has been a staple of modern anti-black racism in the US, so let's break it down and see why it is nonsense. Known as the 13-50% meme, it's a statistic wielded by racists that claims that black Americans, who make up just 13% of the population, are responsible for 50% of violent crimes. This sounds damning, but only if you don't think about it for more than 5 seconds. The stat is pure bullshit. The truth regarding crime is far more complicated and interesting, and it's very important to firstly note that crime statistics in the US don't really reflect who commits crimes, but rather who gets policed, arrested, and ultimately targeted by a centuries-old oppressive system that has adapted to these shifting attitudes towards being an overtly racist ghoul.
What if I told you there's a simple way to look younger and more attractive?
Been shown in studies that.
So I'm gonna pause this for a second. We don't need to hear the commercial. What he's basically saying is the shit is based on arrest records. And another thing is not everybody reports to the FBI. There are a lot, before he says it, I'll say it. There are a lot of crimes that go unreported. Motherfuckers get sent home. The white kids that come to the hood buying drugs, they don't get arrested. We know this is a fact. Nigga got a joint, he getting arrested. That's on record. Right? So we know that there's a lot of things that happen on the white side. Slap on the wrist, go home. We don't want to ruin your life, your future type shit. With niggas, it's never like this. Motherfuckers get tried as adults. Motherfuckers be 12, 13, 14. If you need to believe these sorts of things about black people or black men in particular, then you don't like black men. That is the conclusion I've come to. I said it in the other video. You don't like black people. If the spite was put in your face, even James Comey of the FBI spoke on this issue with the police some years ago before Trump. If that's not enough for you, you don't like black men. You don't like black people. I don't care how dark you are, you don't like black people. Now, whatever reason that is, you know it. I don't know it. Whether it be your experience with black people, your upbringing, whether you were accepted or not, whether it's about black women, whether it's about motherfucking, I don't know, niggas bullied you or whatever reason. Maybe you come from overseas and you have an opinion on black Americans, whatever the case may be. And let's not forget, a lot of motherfuckers that come here and pass as black commit a lot of these fucking crimes. But nobody says, oh, the people from over there came here and did this. No, it's just some nigga crime. What's going on, T-Wall? If you need to believe this, despite what's being put in your face, and I say this for black men and black women, if you need to ignore shit being put in your face to hold on to this belief, you have a cognitive bias against black people. Now, let me say something else. Let me say something else before I continue playing this video. Anybody in the chat, I have a community tab. Feel free to post a link to a chart that illustrates crime, offender, and victim by race. I don't want to see the arrest records because arrests don't mean shit. I had a guy on my community tab says, well, if you don't commit crimes, you don't get arrested. Bullshit. I've been arrested for nothing. I've been arrested, but I don't have a criminal record. I don't have a criminal record. If I had a criminal record, y'all motherfuckers would have pulled the shit up already. I don't have a criminal record. Not a felon. I've been arrested before. So get the fuck out of here. You can get arrested. I'm sure that the arrests include traffic offenses. Motherfuckers that get arrested because they ain't got insurance, a license, some bullshit like that, that's an arrest. That's an arrest. So when you're looking at arrest records, it don't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit, bro. You cannot provide me. I will pay a motherfucker because I've looked for it and I know it doesn't exist. I said it on Facebook. I'll say it here. For everybody here who doesn't like black people, despite how black you are, prove it to me. Because everybody's jumping in, oh, you don't understand how stats work. No, motherfucker. Show me the stat that shows offender black, offender white, offender this, offender that, and show me the percentage of black offenders versus everyone else. Show it to me. Show it to me. You can't do it. You can't do it. You fucking can't do it. You can't do it. If you're saying 50% of the violent crime in America is committed by black people, that's different from saying 13% is responsible for 50%. No, show me these numbers. No, hey, Freedom, send me the fucking link. And if it's not, I'll post it up here. And if it's not what you say it is, I'm throwing that shit out. No, it's not semantics. If it's 30, if you're saying 30, what is it? 13% is responsible for 50% of the violent crime. That is specific. That is specific. That right there is faulty immediately. On his face, you can't prove it. You can't prove it. All you could prove to me is who gets arrested more than who. That's it. And you can't prove the validity of the arrest. Semantics, my dick. You can't prove it. Here we go. Oh, you don't want to be wrong. You can't prove it. You need to believe the bullshit. You need to believe it. Hey, look, if you want to believe in Puff the Magic Dragon 2, hey, throw him in there. And the Flying Spaghetti Monster, whatever you want to throw in there, whatever makes you feel good about your hatred for black people, I'm willing to let niggas have it. Bro, I'm not here to change nobody. You could be the nigga you want to be. I don't give a fuck. You can't fucking prove it. And I know that this space is all about their statistics and their data. Show me the fucking data. Show me the data. No, fuck punching the air. You're punching the air. How about this? Pull a stat, send a link. I'll post it on the screen and we'll go. 13%, that would mean the entire black population is committing violent crime that equals up to half of the violent crime in this country versus everybody who's not black. That's not semantics. That's what the fuck they're saying. That's what the fuck they're saying. Bro, you can't debate me on this topic. You can't. You can't, bro. You can't. And I'll be dropping the link soon. I want to play some more of this video. Let's go.
Specifically the overtly racist ghoul. This meme originated from FBI crime reports, specifically the Uniform Crime Reports and National Crime Victimization Survey. These reports focus on arrests and victim reports, not on the actual total of crimes committed. Arrest data reflects the decisions made by law enforcement, which are influenced by racial biases, of course, rather than serving as an accurate measure of who is actually committing crimes. But with very careful cherry-picking, racists who seek to uphold a certain level of oppression use this data out of context to make it appear that black communities are uniquely prone to violence, when in reality the number reflects the priorities and biases of a criminal justice system that has always disproportionately targeted black people. So let's dive into the truth.
In America, black people are treated very much as the Vietnamese people or any other colonized people because we're brutalized. The police in our community occupy our area, our community, as a foreign troop occupies territory. And the police are there not to, in our community, not to promote our welfare or for our security and our safety, but they're there to contain us, to brutalize us and murder us because they have their orders to do so.
In the United States, African Americans and their communities have always been treated with systematic surveillance, suspicion, and violence from the American state. Starting from slave patrols to keep slaves in line to Jim Crow laws and lynchings, simply existing in the US as a black person was a danger to one's safety and life. In the modern era, the streets of black neighborhoods are patrolled by military-style police, similar to occupied territories and war zones. Schools are much the same, run like prisons. Over-policing has seeped into every corner of African American life, creating an atmosphere of fear coupled with invasive.
Hey, Maggie, can you do me a favor? Can you send that link to my Facebook inbox? Thank you.
Surveillance. This criminalization of black children starts in the classroom. Teachers and administrators view black children through a lens of racial stereotypes, treat them as suspects, and act like prison guards without these kids doing anything wrong. These biases lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy. Students who are labeled as troublemakers are treated as such, with some internalizing these expectations and acting accordingly, essentially being punished for things imposed on them. Legal scholar Jonathan Simon coined the term governing through crime to describe the way schools and social institutions treat children like criminals before they even commit a crime. The very structure of schools, from metal detectors to constant surveillance, mirrors the environment of incarceration itself.
I was standing outside for a long time and it's cold. Like I felt like I was like in jail.
This turns schools into breeding grounds for future inmates precisely because minor offenses are treated like violence, which will use jail and prison as the remedy. So it should come as no surprise then that black children are 3.5 times more likely to be suspended and 3 times more likely to be arrested than their.
Let me pause this for a second. I wanna point something out. Let me explain to y'all in one example while it's on my mind in this section of the video how racism affects white people negatively. One example of how racism affects white people negatively. When I was in high school, at one point we had metal detectors. Right? So in this video, they're talking about how, metal detectors make black people feel like criminals. It might, maybe, who knows, whatever. But check this out. Just want to point something out. You go through the metal detector in a black school. Guess what? Niggas are safe. But you go over to Colorado, ain't no metal detector because, oh my God, we don't want to criminalize the white kids, right? And then what happens? Shit gets shot up. Where's the white on white crime narrative for those incidents? So niggas are in the safe nigga school because we got metal detectors. Right? But the white kids, because, we don't want them to feel like criminals. They go to school. We ain't no metal detectors, get shot the fuck up. Get shot the fuck up. Computer crashed. He said they got him. I knew somebody was gonna say that shit. They got him. They got him. You know what I'm saying? They got me. They got me. Nah, we still in the building. We still here, man. We still here, man. Can't stop me. Uppity Negro in the building. Can't stop me, motherfucker. Can't stop me. Let's go back into this video. But so let me ask you something, Freeman. Would you rather go to white school or nigger school? I mean, you know, a second ago you asked me, do I live around the 13%? I went to school with the 13%, right? Safe than a motherfucker. You know what? I knew that the freckle-faced motherfucker wasn't going to come shoot the shit up. You know why? Because we all got checked before we went in. You know why? Because we got to check these niggas to make sure they don't bring no guns to school. You thank goodness for the metal detectors. You know, it's a lot of kids that went to school with no 13% that wish they was with you. They wish they was with you. And it's funny, you know, I just want to throw this in there. It's funny that, you know, all of y'all, you know, capitalists, anti-socialists, anti-communist motherfuckers went to free high school. But we're going to move past that. We're going to move past that. We're going to move past that. That's not the point. That's not the point. Y'all motherfuckers went to free school and ate free lunch. Right? But racism protects the niggas. Racism protects the niggas. Because we put the metal detectors so niggas can't shoot each other. Thank you. Thank you, racists. Thank you, racist people. Thank you. We appreciate your racism. Kept me safe in high school. You know. Too bad you ain't think much of your own kids who are actually getting shot. You know, if you went to high school in a black neighborhood, right? And you ain't have beef in school, guess what? You probably wasn't getting shot. In black school, right? In black high school. In black high school, if you ain't have beef, if you ain't wear color or whatever, 9 times out of 10, you wasn't getting shot. Now in white school, you ain't got to have a problem with nobody. You just in there doing your fucking schoolwork. Motherfucker kick open the door and got the bump stop and hitting up everybody. Who is this motherfucker shooting me? What did I do? I don't know. I'm getting shot too. What about you? We getting shot. We all getting shot. Why? We don't know. We getting shot. Nigga like, I ain't got no beef with nobody. I'm good. Absolutely. We absolutely doing a panel. And I'm only inviting certain people up here. I'm running a Tie City style panel. You come up here, you say some dumb shit, you get dropped. Matter of fact, doing a bounty. Bernard style, nigga. Bernard Riley style, nigga. But I went to school with niggas, felt safe. I knew who the dangerous niggas was. I ain't fuck with them. Hey, Lucy, what's going on? I knew who the dangerous niggas was. See, this is the thing. People say 13% or they'll say black men 6%. That's because they don't know the difference between a black man and a dangerous ass nigga. So they say, oh, y'all niggas are dangerous. Fucker. Hey, Hood, you part of the 13%. You part of the 13%. So you can't use the whole number. That means the violent guys are a percentage of the percentage. What's the percentage of the actual violent individuals in the black demographic? Because it can't be the 13%. It has to be a smaller number. Has to be. It's just, again, numerically stupid to say 13% or even 6% if you're just talking about black men. Free zone says shoot conservative. Right. So let's listen to some more. Let's listen to some more of the white man that, you know, y'all believe, because, you know, nigga like me say some shit. Fuck what a nigga say. Let's listen to white man talk, because white man know what he talking about.
Victim reports, not on the actual total of crimes committed. These reports focus on arrests and victim reports, not on the actual total of crimes committed. These reports focus on arrests and victim reports, not on the actual total of crimes committed. These reports focus on arrests and victim reports, not on the actual total of crimes committed.
Did you get it? Did it sink in? I played it 4 times. Just one more time, then Umar would have played it.
Arrest data reflects the decisions made by law enforcement, which are influenced by racial biases, of course, rather than serving as an accurate measure of who is actually committing crimes. But with very careful cherry picking, racists who seek to uphold a certain level of oppression use this data out of context to make it appear that black communities are uniquely prone to violence, when in reality the number reflects the priorities and biases of a criminal justice system that has always disproportionately targeted black people. So let's dive into the truth.
In America, black people are treated very much as the Vietnamese people or any other colonized.
Let's go forward. We passed that part already.
Schools are much the same, run like prisons. Over-policing has seeped into every corner of African-American life, creating an atmosphere of fear coupled with invasive surveillance. This criminalization of black children starts in the classroom. Teachers and administrators view black children through a lens of racial stereotypes, treat them as suspects, and act like prison guards without these kids doing anything wrong. These biases lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy. Students who are labeled as troublemakers are treated as such, with some internalizing these expectations and acting accordingly, essentially being punished for things imposed on them. Legal scholar Jonathan Simon coined the term governing through crime to describe the way schools and social institutions treat children like criminals before they even commit a crime. The very structure of schools, from metal detectors to constant surveillance.
So let's get past this. Let's get past this. Let's move forward. This is the ad. This is the ad. We don't need to add audio in the video, but yo, let's keep it moving. Henny King says, you know, the city does not own those metal detectors, and private companies make big money off them and from public school funds. Most people do not know this. There are contracts on them. That's great. But at the same time, yeah, they make money, but protect the white kids, please. Protect the white kids. It's obvious that they got a problem. Right? Protect the white kids. Hey, Freeman, you don't think the white kids deserve equal protection that the black kids get? Right? I don't understand this question. Innocent black murder victims. I don't get it, bro. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I think I know where you're trying to go with this, but make it make sense, bro. Innocent black murder victims. Like you give a fuck about black murder victims. Like, let's stop playing games. Right? We know that these are just, you know, things people use for talking points. He said, no, they are cheating the system. How much they are contracting those metal detectors. No, I get it. But put the shit in the white schools. Protect the white kids. If you know that the white school is more likely to get shot the fuck up by a mass shooter, surround that bitch with police. White people pay more taxes than black people. They can afford the security. I ain't talking about that one dude with the gun and the handgun and motherfuckers just showing up with that long shit. No, surround that shit with military. No, hey, look, I give a fuck about children. I give a fuck about children. Actually, right? I'm just saying, why protect black kids more than white kids when we see what's going on? Niggas don't shoot up the school, bro. Niggas don't shoot up the school. They just shoot up the whole classroom. It doesn't happen. What about the innocent murdered victims in the schools? How about that? Can we talk about the innocent black murder victims? What about the innocent mass shooter victim? The innocent kid, he just in there trying to learn, some history. He just trying to pass his class and, motherfuckers kicking the door, waving the faux fall. Right? What about them? Since you want to use, it's innocent black murder victim. What about the innocent white kid that's just in school? He just want to eat his school lunch. That's all he want to do. And then the shit gets shot up. He ain't even beefing with the motherfucker who killing him. I could see if yesterday he was like, what are those? Deflections, red herrings, shit like that don't work with me. Yeah, I've been here too long. Y'all know how I stay. Let's keep it moving.
Black children are inherently dangerous, up under the constant watch of police officers who are trained to fear them and treat them as threats. This unrelenting surveillance serves to reinforce the idea that black children are inherently dangerous. This reinforces the internalized sense of criminality projected onto them. The overlapping presence of police in both schools and communities creates an environment where black children are never free from the watchful eye of the state or its institutionalized violence. Crime statistics in the United States do not reflect who commits the most crimes, but rather who is most heavily policed and arrested. This cannot be overemphasized. Over-policing in black communities drastically inflates crime statistics that are then, by a spectacular feat of circular reasoning, used to quote-unquote prove that African Americans are more prone to criminality. Black neighborhoods are subject to far more intense surveillance than white neighborhoods, which naturally leads to more arrests and prosecutions. This over-policing is not a reflection of higher crime rates, but of the biases inherent in the criminal justice system, which consistently over-targets black populations. For example, in New York City, stop and frisk policies almost exclusively targeted black and Latino men, leading to wildly inflated arrest statistics despite the indisputable fact that they were no more likely to be engaged in so-called criminal behavior than whites. In fact, this cycle, where arrest statistics are used to justify the continuation of oppressive policies, fuels the perception that black communities are more dangerous, further embedding these biases into both public policy and societal views.
So let me pause this right here because I ain't going to play this whole video. This whole video is about 23 minutes. We'll be here forever. I'll shoot the link to y'all if y'all want to see it. I'll play a little bit more, but let me say this about stop and frisk. Hood Conservative, you're from New York. I'm from New York. We all both from New York. If I've been stopped and frisked, your ass definitely been stopped and frisked. You got a criminal record? Let's have it. Do you have a criminal record? Because I do not. I do not have a criminal record. But I've been stopped and frisked more times than I'd like to admit. I've been chased down the street by police. Motherfucker, I'm ex-law enforcement. I know how police think because I was in there. I was in the academy. You can't tell me shit about police. Can't tell me shit about police. Argue with your mama. But I've been stopped and frisked more times than I'd like to talk about. You know what they found? Not a motherfucking thing. So Hood says I've been stopped and frisked one time. She gave me my weed back. Oh, lucky you. She gave you your weed back. That shit must have been some tiny ass shit, motherfucker. You had man, that shit must have been a dime or you had a $2.50 bag, motherfucker, $2.50 bag, nigga. Anyway, so now it's time to post this link. Now it's time to post this link. We don't want to be here all night, so I want to hear shit. Better make sense, nigga. If you come over here with some facts. Now you heard what the motherfucker said. It's about arrest statistics. It's always been about that. It's always been about that. We know that other demographics do not get watched and arrested as much as we do. We know this already. Again, if you need to believe some bullshit to support whatever, bigoted belief you have, and it is crazy because I don't understand how that view serves you as a black person. Mind you, I am not here to say niggas ain't committing no crimes. I'm not here to say some of these little kids bad as a motherfucker. But I've been around all races of kids, and I've seen some badass white kids. I've seen some ain't shit little white kids. I've seen it. So don't tell me that, little niggas is the worst. And then everybody else is just, singing Mary Had a Little Lamb and shit and at the recital and playing the pianos and just doing great shit. At any rate, I'm going to drop this link. I'm being selective about who I bring up here, right? You ain't got to agree with me. I'm just saying, I'm being selective. There's the link. I'm going to pin that motherfucker up. And I'm going to be swapping niggas out. I'm going to be swapping niggas the fuck out. But there's the link. Let me tell you who I expect to see up here. Leon, I expect to see you up here. Okay. Let me see. Shango, the Ice Patrol. Uh-oh. Oh, Shango. Okay.
What's the word, gang?
What's going on, bro? What's up, man?
Man, I just had to tune in, man. You've been doing great work, man. You battling that Mr. Good Bread, Mr. Bad Tooth Tether. That shit was funny, man. Shout out to you, OG, for real.
No doubt, bro.
Yeah. But speaking on this topic, man, I find it very perplexing that we can use all this big brain conspiracies of how the blacks are evil and shit. But when we pull up FBI crime stats, we pull up all these videos like you just showed, it shows a different story. And nobody wants to speak on that except yourself and many others like you. So that's very telling.
Right.
That's why I always ask a nigga where your family from, man.
Right, man. It's almost like, the same way you have to ask women for baby pictures. I let me tell you, I'm from New York. I've been around everybody from every island, look, if I see a motherfucker school pictures, I know if they from here or not. Okay. We know what Black American school pictures look like. Okay. A lot of y'all, when y'all was young, y'all had the little neon lights behind you, or or you had the sky behind you or some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know how I know if a motherfucker not from here when I look at their school pictures? Most of these motherfuckers went to some private school or some Catholic school or some shit like that. Girls got the pigtails with the jump on. Little boys got the school uniform on and shit.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's how I be knowing.
You see a cheater in the background,
If that ain't it, then hey, ask to see their birth certificate, right? Again, this ain't about people from other places. This is about mindsets.
Yep.
We know, let's not play around, that a lot of people from other places do not identify with the Black American issue. They just don't. Yeah. Let's just keep it real. You don't. You know what I'm saying? Chaos Rain is up in here. Yeah, a lot of people just don't. So like, just to give a little context, and I hate to promote motherfuckers, motherfuckers still throwing shots. I'm done with Homeboy. Homeboy got like 10 people watching this shit, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, my
But
bad for bringing them up.
No. You good. That whole situation started on this conversation. The whole, I mean, you seen the video. I spoke on it.
Yeah.
You know, motherfuckers banging for the op. And a lot of people do this shit on purpose because they know it's anti-Black American or just anti-Black, period. Right?
Mm.
It's just anti-Black, period. And my opinion is, and because it's not just people from other places that feel this way. We got a lot of Black Americans that share these sentiments. And I'm like, how does this belief serve you? Like, why do you need, like, what did you go through? Like, what happened to a motherfucker? Like, not to say, because I don't want to do the who hurt you shit that women do. But the thing that kills me is women will get on all social media and talk shit about Black men. They'll say, you know, motherfuckers deadbeats, we killers, we sexual predators, we all of this shit, right? And they got an issue with that, and they get on YouTube or whatever, and they say, oh, you know, the women are doing this and that, and they got us out here looking crazy, and they'll fight these stereotypes when Black women say it.
Yeah.
But if a white man is saying it, that motherfucker's spitting. And I'm confused. I don't get it. Like, it's the same shit. I'm confused. I don't get it.
Oh, go ahead. My bad, bro.
No. Go ahead.
No, I gotta say, man, like, I don't mean to big up goofy bitches, but I used to think that was wrong because you know me, I've been in the space for a minute, so,
right?
And I've been around some OGs and shit like that. So it's like I used to attack the feminists and bed wenches, and I still go at them and shit like that. But they used to say the who hurt you shit, and I'm like, you know what? That might be true for some of these niggas.
It is.
Like some of these niggas sound crazy when they talk like this. I'm like, whoa, look, bro, I'll check a bitch if she do some bullshit, but I'm not going out of my way to be mad at the bitch and then hate my Blackness because this bitch did me dirty. Like, that's not
right. Right.
Isn't the Shango?
What up, Chaos, bro?
What's that was you, man. What's good,
bro?
Man? How you doing, my brother? How's everything? How's life, man? Hope everything's well. Life is good. You're healthy and everything. Haven't heard from you in a while, man.
No doubt. Same to you, brother. Hopefully, all is good on your end too.
I mean, I try to keep up. You know.
No doubt.
Yes, man. Yeah.
No doubt. But I don't want to take all the time, man. Mark is the real star here.
Yeah, no.
No, y'all good. I mean, y'all know I rarely do panels, but I got y'all up here to speak, man. I want to hear. Let me go in order. I want to get to Leon first, and then I'm gonna get to you, Chaos. So, Leon, what's good?
Oh man, chilling. Got the boys. I should have just kept them at the grandparents' house, but yeah, whatever. So my thoughts on the situation. People talk about arrests, but that doesn't represent convictions. And we have all seen somebody jaywalk, get in an argument, and get arrested. You know what I'm saying? We done seen one of your homies have some weed, and it's one person in that car that, you know, that's his weed, and 5 people get arrested, or 4 people get arrested. So I just look at everything like they use these arguments, but no one wants to talk about that Black men are 55% of the people that get released once they actually show the real evidence. You know what I'm saying? No one wants to talk about that. And when you look at how much time that takes, how long are these brothers sitting behind bars for crimes they didn't commit? But still, the data remains the same. You hear about somebody getting arrested for murder or anything, and the same news agency doesn't come back 2 weeks later and say, hey, that person was released. They weren't found to be the person. You know what I'm saying? And it just keeps on going around. I've seen people get charged with stuff, and the news pushes it in its own social media, but they never go back and delete that. So you think that person is arrested, people see it, they think it's new, they'll repost it like it's a new date, a new arrest, and it's the same fucking arrest.
Right.
You know, so I have so many problems when I look at the system that it's just like I think to the economic situations, people are just grifting to make fucking money. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people grift to try to fucking make money out of anything or be known. It's annoying. And for conservatives that push these talking points, I just think niggas got beat up, didn't make the football team or basketball team, didn't get the bitches, didn't they were mad because they found out they had the fake FUBU shirt in the 2000s. Man, I can go all day. We know these bitch ass niggas.
I be wanting to know what is the black conservative. Well, I don't want to say black conservative because it's okay to be a black conservative. And I'm a borrow something because I mean I was thinking the same thing, but I like how she said it. I was listening to Crimson Cure. But I usually say it this way. I say you could be a conservative without being a coon. Like you don't have to be both.
Yep.
And I think that a lot of these dudes, they become conservatives because they are coons, not the other way around. They hate. I mean, black culture has its issues. I'm not here to say, I mean, could we talk about it? Right? Black culture has its issues.
Most
right?
definitely.
Right. But so does white culture. The thing about it is these niggas ain't around enough white people to even understand what those issues are.
So I'm telling
Like you got to live around white folks. You got to live in a white town to see what the fuck is going on. I mean, I think that Jerry Springer was one of the greatest things that happened to television. Right? Motherfuckers hate Pop the Balloon. I love Pop the Balloon because it shows us something else. But the thing about it is, whatever these motherfuckers, whatever their villain arc was, they got them where they are. Right. And that shit is heavy in this space. In this space here, that shit is heavy. Like motherfuckers started coming out the woodwork.
Yep.
They
started coming out the woodwork. Go ahead, bro.
Crying, all that.
I think. See, me and Z had a conversation about because people call us communists and leftists and all that type of shit. And my thing is, I don't mind being taxed to give people social benefits, but I'm not going to be a eunuch for society. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear black conservatives actually be black conservative, they're looking at all of these taxes, giving particularly women so many choices that they're saying that this is interrupting society. This is an uneven playing ground for relationships when you give them this level of choice. Like they can go from getting housing assistance, food stamps. They can go from free health care for their kids to this, to that, to this, to that, then college education, then roll back around. And so conservative black guys are like, this is destructive because it's replicating itself and creating a different environment for people. So when you're a single guy, we know how high our taxes work. You know what I'm saying? I got kids now, and I'm still not getting that money that my mom got for me when we grew up. Your parents get like 15,000. I get like 6,000 for 2 kids. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same thing. And I just look at it, and I hear where the conservatives are coming from when they're talking about these policies that are destroying families because basically y'all gave these bitches all of this choice. Outside of that, when it comes to everything else, it's just coon shit.
That's a fact. Because I can fuck with them on the economic policy, but when it comes to like some of the identity politics, all they do is regurgitate white identitarian politics, essentially. And it's like, don't you have your own platform, dude? Like Ricky Manor is a real black conservative. Ant CEO is a young black conservative. I could fuck with them. We don't always agree on everything, and I would be more on the right, but like I can't listen to some of these dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? It gets to a point where it's just so disingenuous and it's laden with stereotypes. It's like, do you exist in the real world, man? Like, have you not seen I've seen white dudes chop up coke So it's not like it's only an exclusive black thing to be a criminal or something to that effect. And you gentlemen already spoke on that, but it's silly to me at this point.
Can I touch that real quick?
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
they talk about black crime, right? But you go around all these small towns that are shut down, people are dying left, white guys are dying left and right of meth. At least we had returning customers for some crack. These motherfuckers don't get returning customers. They drop like flies. You know what I'm saying? But what you see in these towns, the cops don't want to arrest these people. They've literally stolen all the copper out of houses, the light poles, everything. These places don't have lights, nothing, because these people have like robbed every single house, took all the copper out, and sold it for chump change. And they were doing a report on it. They say all this copper went to China and went to this country, and they had the money for the copper, but then you have to pay people to install all this equipment. But those economies are dead too. But it's spreading throughout cities now. It's not black guys doing that. It's been white people doing that shit.
Fucking
and yeah, and they don't want to sit down and arrest all these people because we know people that are mentally ill are trying to have a place to sleep at night, so they'll commit a fucking crime. But these cops don't want to arrest these white people because you have prisons full of fucking white people, and they're privatized prisons that cost 100 to 200 fucking thousand a year for a prisoner. So they just let these people dying in the streets and all type of shit. I could, if I was a black cop in those white areas, I would put handcuffs on all those white people drugged out on the fucking corner with fucking needles. and the arrest rate would skyrocket. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be for real.
Hey, check this out. Because I do want to rotate, but I'm gonna say this: when I lived up in that white town that I lived in, everyone was either a meth head, crystal meth head, was on some sort of opiate, or an alcoholic. I'm dead ass serious. Right? That's what was up there. You know, we like to talk about crackheads and all this other shit. When I was up there, that's what I saw. That's why you can't really tell me shit, right? That's what I fucking saw, right? None of these people were getting this, like these serious arrests. Matter of fact, damn, it was something else I was gonna say. I forgot. But it's like you said, bro. These people get treated like victims when they're on drugs. Don't tell me there ain't no white drug addicts. Don't tell me there ain't no white crackheads. Don't tell me none of this shit. Don't tell me there ain't more of them. Right?
And it ain't just poor whites. There's rich ones too. I know this dude, he's an electrician. He's a brilliant master electrician, strung out on crack.
Right.
White dude, middle class. So don't even try that shit. Niggas be trying that bullshit. The poor white people. No, nigga. Yeah, him right here, this nigga.
Okay, so
I just had a white employee get fired because he had painkillers in his work desk, and somebody went to grab tools, and he grabbed his pill case with no prescription, and he got fired. And this is a guy that was making $75,000 a year.
Hey, Friedman, I lived around poor whites. A friend of mine, well, we were both CEOs, but his girl worked at social services. And most of the town up there was on welfare. Okay. This is a town called Ely, Nevada. ELY. Shaka knows what I'm talking about. Ely, Nevada. Upstate from here. White Pond County. Okay. I lived around poor whites. I've been to the trailer park, bro. Since you asked, right? This is not cap. This is real. I'll put my uniform on and do a stream here. Because I still got my uniforms. I still got my green shit, my shit for court. I got all that shit. Only thing I don't got is my badge, bro. But I do got my nameplate still. This ain't cap, my nigga. I lived in a white town. I lived in a small white town. Okay? Ely. Yes, Ely. So you thought you were slick with that question. I lived in a poor white town. Okay? Shout out to Dr. Thunder. He said, take some of my sandwich money. You know I'm going to give you this $5 back. You know I'm gonna give you this $5 back, Doc. I want to rotate, so we're gonna go to yes. We're gonna go to chaos, and then we're gonna go to nameless, and then we're gonna go to the infamous. The infamous. So all right, chaos. What's good, bro? Talk to us.
Yeah, I was surprised you did not cover the 2077 these white boys are conducting here in America. Because they said we are 13, allegedly 13, we're 14 now, but that's not a story. But we committed 55% of the crime. But it's saying around 2077. And most of those related are most of them doing some naughtiness in regards to child activity. These white boys get caught up.
Right.
But you see, they don't talk about these statistics. And the whole idea they don't talk about their own is because white is superior and white is godly to the eyes of people outside of the United States. That's why if you find them engaged in white criminality, if you want to call it that, you find it in movies, sometimes news, and including televisions, episodes, especially the more popular, famous one. I don't know if it's like, what do they call those shows like that criminal thing? Law and Order, and
CSI.
Yeah, those. That. And I don't think most brothers watch that. I think mostly chicks watch that more than anything else. But their criminality is out there. They display it constantly. But they focus on black so-called criminality is because they try and keep painting the black man as the big bad boogeyman, the evil man that must be expunged, watch, control for the world to see. So anybody that comes around a black man, they're going to have this perception because it's conditioning by these same people, white people mostly, to show that who's good, who's God, who is perfect, and who's evil, who's the devil, is a reverse. I always say that black people look at themselves through the help of white lens as the devil. I don't go back to that. I'm firm in my convictions when I say this, because when they talk about God and the devil, we always got who we perceive it as God and devil, because this is indoctrinated for a long time. Since when black people were conditioned to these religions, especially. So we all know who good is, who's evil, who's God, who's the devil. And black people don't come to grips with it because by default, if they really come to grips, you'll see a lot more black people in general start committing more deletions, more than it is now. Because if I'm considered the epitome of evil, black is bad, black is, etc., what I do to correct that, I must delete myself. I mean, it's one of the few ways of stage of deletion. Either I change my skin, I do self-harm to myself, or I do self-harm to others. And the greatest thing that I will do in conclusion is, just delete myself altogether. That's how black people enjoy it subconsciously. And I mean subconscious because we do think about subconsciously. Look at it as is. That's why you see a lot of coons that make money. Keep 100. They do it intentionally is because not only they hate themselves, but they hope by giving more and pointing the pictures back at them as what white people view of them as themselves, they think that they're going to have a gateway to heaven to these people's grace. And we all know there is no gateway amongst these people. They look at most of those coons as traitors like anything else. And as they finish done with the people they want to expunge, they get rid of their traitors quickly and swiftly. We see it time after time again. And they have not learned because they're in denial. And the reason why they stay in denial because they hate themselves. They look at themselves as the epitome of evil. And the only people that could correct the evil is white people, A.E. the white man. That's all I'm going to say.
So let me catch up to these super chats. Shout out to Detroit 313. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you for the $20. I've been to nearly 50 states, most likely in the South and Midwest. You see a lot of trailer parks everywhere in those countries on East and West. You're going to see a lot of white degenerates in urban areas, as New Jersey. I'm from New York, and I've seen the same shit, especially in Jersey. And, we know what Jersey looks like. Us New Yorkers. I mean, thank you for that super chat. So we're going to go to Bray J. White
Can
men
I add something to that, if you don't mind?
Okay. All right.
It's gotten so bad in these small towns that the Ukrainians are in them. They've been replacing people in small towns, and these ladies are like having. They already got 2 kids, and they only been here 3 years. So they've been using Ukrainians to replace people in these small towns in Texas.
Shit, not even the small towns, man. I'm in Chicago, one of the burbs, man. You got Ukrainians walking the street, speaking their little language and shit. I'm like, wow. And you think they're regular white people, and they're not. They're Ukrainian. You can tell. So it's a trip.
All right, I'm muted. So let me do the rest of these. Bray J, what's going on, man? Thank you for the $5 super chat. White men are 29% of the population, yet make up 77% of the federal child pornography cases. Old Charlie propagated that 1350, but not that white man's 2977. I'm going to need black conservatives that are present to speak to that, to this, right? So I'm going to keep this starred because, you know, we love to talk about nigga crime and, you know, nigga versus nigga crime. But then when we start talking about white folks, they should get placed in the category of political this and, you know, mental this and
political correctness, they call it. I don't know if that's the right word to call it.
I think it's called bullshit, right? Yeah. That's what I would call it. So I'm gonna do one more super chat, and then I'm gonna get to a question by Jay Cavassier. So M Sporadic, he says To Catch a Predator was taken off the air because Caucasoid males were the face of it. I don't think anybody disputes that. I remember, and I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. There was a white woman who told her white child that if you get lost, find a black man.
No, he told find a black. I think he said black woman, particular.
No.
Black man?
She said man. She said a black
find
man.
a black man. She said
Really?
find a black man. Yeah, absolutely. Said find a black man because you're safer with a black man if you get lost than if you find a white man.
That tells you what the role of black people in America: servitude. Why would someone say that? Why they can't trust their own? It should be the biggest question I ask.
It's because of the number he just put up here. Okay. If there's a demographic that is making up the majority of the cases of PDF file shit, why would a child go to that demographic for help? If I'm in the movie theater, who's more likely to shoot the bitch up? Leroy? So when motherfuckers talk about, well, do you live near the 13%? Well, shit, if I live near, you know, these people, and I just want to make sure I clarify when I say these people. These people ain't white people. These people are the bigots. Right? So when you live near these people, or better yet, this demographic, the people that are more likely to shoot up a public place, you might not get robbed in the alley for your watch, but you get shot up in the mass shooting.
Or you get your
right? You get shot up in the mass shooting. So what are you saying, right? So yeah, that's what this number is about. You tell your kid, yo, go look up, go find somebody who is not part of this demographic, because people who are part of that demographic might steal your ass. You end up lost, right? So, Jay Cavassier, right? I'm gonna ask this question, and I want Nameless to answer it. Wait, let me see. Did I miss? I think I missed okay. Before I get to that, Orange County is nothing but white degenerates. That's from Josh. All right. So Jay Cavassier, and I hope you're still in the building, right, Jay? So Jay Cavassier asks, so what do y'all call black people who perpetuate negative stereotypes to their people for the amusement of their people for the amusement of white people? I don't know. I would love to hear some examples of that. I know black people who do this for black people and white people watch it. But what do you call black people who perpetuate the negative stereotypes of their people for the amusement of white people, I thought that was a coon. Nameless.
Marcus, you know I didn't want to come up here for this topic, right? I want you to know that. There's too much friendly fire going on with this topic.
I gotta snap my fingers. It's spoken word shit coming. Spoken word shit coming. Go ahead, bro. Do your thing.
So firstly, man, to the chat and the instructors on the panel, man. So let me say this, man. Firstly, because I think a lot of what I actually wanted to cover with this topic was already said. And it's a reminder, firstly, that when it comes to the statistics piece, when we look at this raw data, it's just the raw naked data that's reported. It's not given a proper narrative. And what's important about that is we know for a fact that most of Black America, and I'll be very specific of who I'm calling Black here, because I identify that as an assigned classification.
Right.
If you were indigenous and were here before Columbus, you know, Ivan von Sertima's content, I'm talking about you. If you were brought over here through the Ma'afa by way of the Caribbean and got here before before the Civil War, I'm talking about you. If you are mixed and fit into that Moorish racial class modality, so mulatto, quadroon, all of that, anybody from the Proctor family in Maryland, that nonsense, that's what I'm speaking, that blue vein, red bone modality, I'm including you, and individuals who are part of the transatlantic slave trade textbook as we understand it from that whole domesticated slave modality. I'm talking about you as well. That's what I'm calling Black. Fundamentally, we exist overwhelmingly in cities. And depending on where you go, we're also in the immediate suburb. We also know that violent crime in general is related to your income and your locale. And when you look at the absolute numbers of when and where this is happening, the numbers of Black people within cities is equal to or greater than the numbers of everybody else that's there. And when you break it down by ward and district, you can almost see what happens based on income level, what happens to the crime, irrespective of who lives there. So when we look at where this is happening, why and how, there's a correlation between people who are in the most urban areas with the lowest level of income. And you can break it down by demographic. You got Black folks in the city. You got white people in these rural areas that have lower levels of income. So Appalachia comes to mind. It's been listed over and over again in these lower income white regions that are all over America. And believe it or not, the Dawes Roll style Native Americans who have a homicide and violent crime rate that's actually 10 times higher than everybody else, because this stuff is done by the 10 every 1,000 person. That's where they come up with these statistics. Native Americans are 10 times higher than everybody. No one has smoke for them. So the point I'm saying here, and this is from a political Mandalorianism perspective, this crap is happening on all sides. It's just a question of what's being manufactured and run in the media. We know this already. We understand from the work of, what's her name, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing with the ISIS papers. She explains very clearly why Black men in particular are a problem. We know this is why Black men cause people to get uncomfortable. Why this whole story with that lady that was on the bus that got stabbed, that refugee chick. I think people need to pay attention to the mimetic velocity that social media provides. They could not control how that story was spreading around. And we understand that for the most part. And I'll get to the conservative piece now, because I think this word coon gets used a little bit too loosely some instances. And hood conservative, you're on the Roger Report when I brought this up last time, and my opinion on it hasn't changed. I think you have conservatives who happen to be Black. I don't think we really have Black conservatives, because the only Black conservatives we ever had were during Reconstruction. And they were directly tied to Reconstructionists like Tunis Campbell, like what you see with Booker T. Washington, etc. Everything else is done in response to what's happened to the left. And the left, we know, thanks to the Frankfurt School, has been hijacked by this Marxist ideology. It has nothing to do with anything that's happened over here with us in this country. Nothing. And as a result, what's being called conservatism now is in response to that neo-left that was created by the Frankfurt School and other institutions that are intellectually, genealogically connected to it. It's how you get modern feminism. It's how you get intersectionality. It's how you get all of these things. So I am careful to apply that word coon in the way we understand it, only because you have to have something that you're selling out to. I think a lot of this is performative for a reason, and a lot of these things are out there for divisive purposes, because it's easy to create these things to keep people that are in that 1% from needing to compete with the aggregate. And it keeps us from being able to actually come together and organize in a way that we would need to get things done. Not that someone's, quote, stopping us. We end up stopping ourselves in that way. That's how I want to answer that question and present that. So also I wanted to kind of hold back on this topic because, again, 50,000 feet up looking down, this looks too much like a psyop.
Right. So just so y'all know, that was Nameless. He was demonstrating the Avalon V5 mic preamp. It's very clear. You should go get one. And yeah. It's quality shit right there, bro. I just want to clarify, when I use the word coon, it's not really about like, you know, this examination of black people. We all do this. We all examine, you know, black culture, black men, you know, the dynamics between black men and women. We all got smoke for certain aspects. I mean, we out here yelling Pookie, Ray Ray, et cetera, et cetera. This is something, but you know, there's a different type of energy coming from certain people, right? And when I say the word coon, I mean it's almost like you're seeking, because you feel like, I think certain people feel like they haven't been included in the culture. Right. And they're seeking refuge outside of it in ways that are like, you know, like, well, fuck y'all niggas, and everything they say about y'all niggas is true. And, you know, like you said, something they're selling out to, like, ain't nothing but black people for the most part here. So there's really no white people listening to hear the black guys say whatever they're saying, so that the white guy says, oh, he's saying these terrible things about black people and he can get down with us, or there's some benefit to it. Like, I tell people, if you're gonna coon, don't coon for free. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we get you, fam.
Yeah, okay, nah, because my computer done crashed twice as we've been on this stream. So that's what I tell people: if you're gonna coon, don't coon for free. Coon for something. If you're gonna sell out, have a price. Don't do the shit for free. To answer Jay's question, in my opinion, the black, if you sell, you know, if you talk about, like, to me, this sounds like some like Step and Fetch It or some shit like that. If you perpetuate negative stereotypes of black people for the amusement of white people, I would imagine that's a coon, but I can't name anybody who does that in 2025. And another thing he said, so calling out degenerates, which I only do, is cooning. I'm not supposed to do that in mixed company is all. That's the problem. This is how I feel about that. We all call out degenerates. I've done it. Everybody here has done it. But what happens is motherfuckers start picking up white supremacist talking points and broad stroking it over all black people. If you want to single out degenerates, then say something in that context so that we understand that's the context you're speaking in. I often, when I use certain words, I add context to it, whether it be tether, whether it be pilgrim, whether it be them people. I don't give a fuck what I say. I always add context, because there's usually a performative definition of you know, the terms that I use. So you got to earn these terms. Like, a Karen is not a white woman. A Karen is a Karen. Okay. You know, we talk about white people and we talk about racists. Okay. White people are not necessarily racist at least in the context that we're speaking of, as far as like the hate practicing. You understand what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you're gonna call out degenerates, don't make it about black people. Make it about degenerates. It sounds like coon shit when you start saying 13% because 13% is everybody. So if you want to say everybody is responsible for half the crime, then you sound like a fucking coon, in my opinion, right? Because that's a white supremacist talking point, because that's where you got it from. You got it from the white supremacists.
And
you didn't come up with that on your own.
You reminded me of the point I wanted to say. Now, you don't got to apologize at all. The point I wanted to make with that is that anti-blackness is what I want to hone in on if we're going to have that well, it's what I tend to find is more constructive to focus on, because anti-blackness is a proven business model that anybody can adopt. And I think that's a very different thing than when you're talking about general racism, especially how the term has been hijacked by this neo-left.
That's a good point.
Right.
And Marcus, I put some in the back chat as the origin story for most of the black conservatives. I think you might find it interesting.
So, all right. So while I check that, okay, we're gonna pull in the the infamous villain. The infamous villain, man. He needs no introduction, man. I know y'all got all the smoke in the world for him. Conservative, what's going on, man?
Good evening, gentlemen. Let me bow to everybody collectively before we engage in mortal combat. It's always fun sparring with Nameless, though. I enjoy our interactions a lot. That being said,
good, fam.
Thank you. That being said, first off, this thing about black conservatism, and I think you're on to something, right? Coon is the new black. And earlier in the chat, I called myself the coon of tomorrow. It's a low key pettiness that I'm going to keep alive. But I will be known as the coon of tomorrow for a little while. I might even change my handle. I like what you did with that. Cooning is the new black. It's the wave of the future now. The conservative right wing vision and position on things, from a lot of the factual argumentation, has just proven itself right and true. Now, whether or not you want to go on and start to put a racial analysis on certain things, that's kind of where a lot of black folks fall off the rails when they apply, the black logic to simple reality. Then it becomes tricky. But by and large, the right wing position about, the order of life, man, God, man, woman, child, low tax government, America first, that kind of thing. Even the idea of make America great again. Like, as a citizen of the country, would you not want the country to be objectively great? Even if that greatness first began at a time when you had less rights than you have now, that is not a call for you to somehow have less. That is a call for all of us to collectively have more. But obviously people take the feelings that they take, when we were great back in the 40s or whatever. People always do that. But the argumentation is sound, right? Black America, in terms of social cohesion, economic dynamism, I mean, even probably you can make the argument about educational attainment. We were actually knocking it out the park up until the 60s. I mean, there's a reason why the civil rights era, those black people were able to do and behave in a way that got the traction that we all now praise them for. It's not because they were a bunch of pink-haired, I'm going to burn the town down liberals. They made a concerted effort to project their conservative, calm, civilized manner onto the world. And that is what shamed the world, because they couldn't say, oh, these are some niggas that behave according to nigga culture, doing whatever comes to their nigga mind. No, these were Americans. These are black men. These are black women. These are fucking people. Every bit are equal, and we shouldn't treat them poorly. That was the overall tone of the civil rights era, and that was not a liberal thing necessarily. Those men, by today's standards, are racist, fascist, misogynist, and whatnot, right? But those were the men that made black people great. That's the era that people look back to remember black folks' greatness, the most conservative we've ever been. And so when it comes to this thing of black men being conservative, I think the last observation and point I want to make is this, and I'll kick the mic back to everybody and you can chop me up. But as I listened to everybody talk when I came onto the panel, I noticed how black conservatism, for better or worse, is internally focused. It is focused on what black people could be or should be doing, what black people literally could be or should be, right? That is a very internal black centric focus. And for all the accusations of cooning, when you move outside of black conservatism, when you get to the opposite, that's the choice, which is the left, the Democrats, left wing social culture, it is literally externally focused on what other people could be or should be doing for black people. It is focused on what other people could be or should be doing to make black people's lives better. That behavior, that desire is not a proposition that is going to build you up internally. That is not a path to your actual greatness. However you might feel about the criticisms, the critiques, and the throwing around of numbers, and 1350 isn't about all crime, by the way. It literally started out as a reference to murder in particular, homicides, not stealing, not sexual crimes, none of that other stuff, right?
We know.
But even if you throw that number around, even if you throw the number and all the other numbers around, it's criticism to make you stronger, not weaker. Whereas the left offers you solutions that ultimately make you weaker, not stronger. And I'll stop there.
You think a lie makes us stronger? Because it's a lie.
Well, the 1350 about homicides, I don't know if it's been disproven totally.
It has. We just explained how.
Well, you explained it away, but you didn't disprove the existence of the number.
No, the existence of a number is about arrest records, not actual crimes committed. That's like crystal clear.
So 13% of the country get arrested or convicted of 50% of the homicides. I don't know if that's the flex.
No, 13% is the total black population. So again,
right. So they're attributing that to black men and women, though. Women are part of that, you know.
Okay, but 13% would mean everybody, and everybody ain't getting arrested for the half of the violent crime in America.
Well, it's literally just a group ranking from, you know, white, black, and whomever else. So it's not. I don't necessarily think.
No, it's not. If you say 13%, 13% represents the percentage of the black population in America, men and women.
Which is to say, the black population is responsible for the 13% of the homicide.
They're not.
Okay,
you're part of. So you're part of. No, it's not. You're part of that 13%. Are you part of that? Are you part of the violent crime in America?
Well, no, but I'm also not.
So then that is
an average thing. It's an average thing. It's not
a
singular thing.
It's not. No, it's not average. 13% is total.
Yeah. So 13% is the average number roughly. It's not every single homicide. It's
every single. No, it's every single person. 13% represents the total percentage of Negroes in America.
Well, right, as a group, yeah, one group is responsible for third percentage of homicides. So, as a group, we're going to own that.
No, we're not. It's bullshit.
We don't have to own it, but I'm just saying that's the charge. You don't have to own it.
No, that's okay.
But that's the charge.
But the charge is a lie. Like there's really no. No, it's not what I think. It's the truth. There's really, if I say 100% of dogs meow, it's a lie. Okay, it's a lie, right? No, it's not true, because that 13% is 100% of the population of black people here. 13%, it means everyone. If you said 2%, like someone in the chat suggested, of the population in America, right? That would mean a smaller subset of people in that demographic.
You realize if every single
go ahead.
If every single black person in America caught a body, like if we all owned one body, the number would be significantly higher than 13%.
Of course. So then you just prove my point.
I mean, I'm not running from the actual point you're making, but it's like a non-point because it's simply a group statistic stating that among of black people, you're responsible for 13% of the homicide. Now,
No,
obviously,
I'm
not
not.
every black person is out here
Okay.
shooting, but we're putting it on a broad group. So, like of white people, not every white person is an absolute racist, but we imagine a certain percentage of them are responsible for racism.
But you do understand that when they examine crime in other groups, they don't make these sorts of hyperbolic statements. They're much more nuanced with it. So if you want to be nuanced, then we get closer to the truth, because the truth is what works, not lies. If you want to lie, go ahead.
I hear your sentiment, and this is a lot of what I've been talking about on my channel for years.
You really need to believe this, huh?
It's not about me believing anything. This is the whole thing. Things are going to change whether or not I believe them. This is the vibe. This is the wave that's coming, whether or not you or I quibble over numbers and definitions, right? So, in terms of people throwing around 1350, what that really signifies is you have like the white population essentially defending themselves against, like, well, if we're allegedly racist, maybe it's we're racist because you kind of kill a lot, and so we don't necessarily want to live by that, right? And so this is them making their own pushback, their own arguments. So, like, for example, like with this whole Charlie Kirk thing, right? You see there's a crescendo of the type of movement pushing back where it's like, you know what, maybe we're not the racist country that you've been calling us for the last 70 years. So that's what that's really about. It's not necessarily me standing on a particular number. There is just a shift in the country happening, and people are becoming bolder and bolder in it.
So wait, we're back to this whole point I was saying earlier about this being a response to the neo-left.
Right.
Because we need to be clear, the neo-left are the ones that have been weaponizing that so that they can leverage the advantages they got from the 1964 Civil Rights Act, specifically out of Title VII, where they started adding everybody and their grandma as pseudo classes like Jenga blocks, pretty much blocking us out of access to that. And as a result, you have, again, this Marxist ideology and conservative. I think you would be better served making your point if we start having conversations on Marxism, because I don't think people understand what that is. So I think it's difficult for people to digest what you're talking about, because I get what you're saying.
Why I don't, though, because people don't understand, and now it's a whole other type of conversation. Oh, it's literally for the initiated, bro. You can't have it otherwise.
But there are ways of okay. Let me qualify the point real quick, because I see what both of y'all are saying. For people listening, and you're right, there's a measure of initiation you need to understand these nuances, because you can't use broad terms like capitalism and socialism when we're dealing with mixed economies, for example. But people have been trained and conditioned to use these Marxist baselines as the legend on a map. So they don't know how to read any environment without having those as givens, and they don't realize the given they've been given is bullshit. So this is the allergic reaction we're seeing from the right produce these things. Conservative, once again, I'm going to say this for the record. When you call yourself conservative, it sounds to me like you're identifying with the idea of being a classic liberal. Is that correct or no?
He's going to say no.
Honestly, no. I kind of personally, and this is something I talk to in my channel, and then when I get deep into political philosophy, I'm beginning to question the very value of liberalism as a governing system and a social order. So I'm technically moving beyond what you're calling classical liberalism. I'm on some other shit completely now.
So, but you would still look at it from that as a baseline and calibrate it to what we saw from 1865 to 1877 in Reconstruction.
I understand exactly what you mean. Yeah, and I don't necessarily hate it, but it's a thing of you're baking into the cake things you're not going to want to digest later.
Yeah, because these things have consequences. I'm saying that to get this on record so people understand the difference in what we're talking about and read between the lines, because this will matter soon for a lot of these changes that are already in motion, because people are looking for excuses to go in certain directions with this. I'm saying this for clarity. So if we understand that, we get then, and this is a matter of peeping game, and why, again, Marcus, when you get time, I really want to cover political Mandalorianism with you because I think it'll really help in understanding the difference between these things. The fact of that the matter is the first axiom in that political Mandalorianism is political parties are tools. They're tools. Right. They are cardinal directions.
Yes, they should be.
So if you understand that this 1350 is a mimetic point to exploit social media mimetic velocity and polarize people, you know what it is. I'm not saying don't call a spade a spade. I'm saying understand anti-blackness is a business, peep game, and respond accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
It's big business. Big business. Let me get to Sporadic. Sporadic says he dodged the question, then proceeded to defend Caucasoids from being called racist, steered conversation and questioned, does a lie make us stronger? Okay, so I don't know who that was directed to.
That's directed to the conservative.
Obviously me. But what question do you assume I dodged?
No, I asked does a lie help us? Because I don't think it does. I think it helps other people with their agendas and like Nameless said, everybody is in business when it comes to throwing black men under the bus. It's big business. It's very lucrative. I mean, look, Tyler Perry does it, and he's rich. My man financed a whole studio throwing niggas under the bus. You understand what I'm saying? So like, this shit is big business.
Yeah.
Look at Anton Daniels. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is big business, man. And that's why I tell niggas, yo, if y'all gonna coon, don't coon for free.
Yeah,
y'all wasting y'all cooning, man. If you gonna coon, don't coon for free, man. Don't come amongst niggas and coon. Go where the white man can hear you. Because the white man paid to hear you. Like, don't coon for free. Like, if we ain't talking, we ain't conservative. I mean, not conservative. We capitalists and this and that. Use that and get money. So real quick, I want to address something that was said.
Yeah, because I'd like to talk to that issue real quick.
By Hood. Understand this, right? I was actually listening to a show of yours, and I think you said something to the effect that, and I've said this numerous times, black men have a different culture than black women, right? I've said this numerous times. Black men are conservative. The problem always comes along when conservatism is practiced in America. See, conservatism, by itself per se is not anti-black, but as practiced in America, it presents itself to be anti-black at some point, right? I don't fuck with parties, so political Mandalorianism all day. I like the term. I like how that's described. I've been this way. What I'm saying is, nobody has a problem with conservatism. I think that a lot of our channels, mine, yours, and others, you think black men, or at least like black men here, are knocking conservatism. A lot of us spit conservatism all day. We just draw the line when it becomes some anti-black shit. And
how does it happen in that way?
Hold on. I think that a lot of black conservatives, they can't separate anti-black male propaganda with their conservatism. It's almost like they got to package it together because they're practicing American conservatism instead of just conservatism. And I think this is kind of leaning towards what Nameless is saying. Like, it's a certain brand of conservatism you guys are practicing, whether you want to admit it or not. You understand what I'm saying? It's like you're conservative because, and then it's like you said, it's a response. Not necessarily, like, again, in Free Zone Lou says we're not conservative. Of course we are. We spit conservatism in this motherfucker all day. It's a lot of shit that we ain't with that's on the liberal end.
No, I think this is a conservative niche. I don't know that black men as a whole are as conservative as you are arguing.
No, I'm talking about guys in the space. I'm not necessarily talking about the majority of black men. I mean, there's some conservative ideas and viewpoints. I don't think that in order to be conservative, you have to be 100% conservative. Like you can have conservative views and liberal views. I say this all the time. I got some views that are conservative and some views that are liberal. I don't think how can you be all one thing? It means you're two-dimensional. So all of your views are conservative views, all of them. If that's the case, right? Shit, you can't be here listening to me because I say fuck, shit, motherfucker, bitch, snot, big dick, big ass dick, big ass pussy. Now I talk like that. So you can't. If you're this conservative, what are you doing here? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing here? My thing is you should be reading your Bible with your wife. And
I don't want to cut you off, Marcus, but I need to.
No. Go ahead.
I need to bring this across the table. When you say conservatism, what you're really saying is post-humanist neoliberalism. That's what you're saying. And that is tied to the church. So like Marcus just said, if you really are full staunch on that side, you need to be a Bible thumper. You don't curse, you don't drink, you worship Christ, et cetera, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what you want to do. But we need to frame it in the right direction. There's a channel called Historia Ecclesiastica that breaks down the origins of so-called Marxism, so-called conservatism. It's really secularism versus churchism or religiosity. That's what it is. And most people do not frame it in that context because they're looking at it through a modern lens. This is an ancient, relatively ancient, medieval phenomena that's going on. So when people do this and then, Marxism is the enemy, it's the worst thing ever. No, bankerism created Marxism. Bankerism created all the things that you complain about that you don't like on both sides. Two parties, dialectic nonsense. Political Mandalorianism is the only way. And I'm putting this in the back chat so you can see it for yourself. These are the same things. A modern conservative is a neoliberal, a post-humanist, post-revivalist neoliberal. Let me add that in the chat.
Hey, Shango, in a minute, I'm going to play that video.
Yeah, go ahead.
That you sent me. But when I hear black men say they're conservative, their conservatism only speaks to a few things. They don't like niggas. They don't like rainbow motherfuckers. They don't like the letterbox motherfuckers. Like it's almost like conservatism only lives there.
They don't want to talk about the other dimensions of it.
Right. They only practice one part of conservatism. Right. And that's getting the women in line and niggas is pookie and y'all niggas this, y'all niggas that, throwing niggas under the bus. And it's like y'all don't practice the like there's 360 degrees and y'all practicing like a slice of the pie because Marcus, that's why you're there.
Go ahead. They don't know.
It's the same.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, brother. My bad. I just said they don't know what it is.
It's the same thing that I DM'd you about out of frustration about brothers that what they're seeking is a form of patriarchy, but they don't want to check Pookie, as they say. They don't want to check certain guys in the community. They want to regulate the women because they're fucking cowards, and that's part of their conservatism.
You're right.
They want patriarchy, but they don't want a hierarchical male position to where they go to those guys and deal with them. They want to regulate the women so they don't deal with those guys instead of dealing with the guys.
When have you seen a black conservative go to the fight with a nigga?
You saying the black conservative is afraid of dealing with the real belly of the beast, which is the people in the world. You know what you're saying?
Well, even beyond that, what I'm saying is conservatives want to regulate the women instead of doing what patriarchy does, is regulating the guys to go in a particular direction. So if I'm in a community and I see a guy and he's with another woman and I deem myself to be a Christian conservative and I have these values of family, we're going to check him from the jump about being with that other woman. We're not going to talk to the woman. We're going to talk to him because we want a cohesive society. You know what I'm saying? And if you see little young guys acting a fool, you check them. And that's what I mean. They want to regulate the women's behavior They don't want to actually regulate the guys.
Can I offer a counterpoint to that, sir, please?
No, because wait, I got a question before you ask that. You're conservative, right? As you say.
Sort of.
How many kids do you have? How many kids do you have?
Nah, you're not. So hold on. Don't let him get away with that sort of. You say that you're extremely far right. I'm gonna hold you to that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
how many kids do you have, Hood?
Three.
How many kids did you have while being married?
Actually none.
Uh-oh.
I mean, you know, rings were bought, offers were made, but you know, women, bro.
Wait, so you're saying
that.
that you continued in a relationship with somebody that declined marriage with you and you chose to have kids out of wedlock 3 times? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, the kids came first, and then I was like, you know what? I think you earned a ring.
Yeah. Yeah, the kids came first, and then he offered this woman that he has kids with, say, all right, it's time to get married, and she refused. That's simply it's going to let. All right.
I mean, that's the short story, yeah.
But what?
So can I jump?
Now that hold on, because you know now that we all got all newsy about me for no good reason, let's get to the heart of the matter. When you raise your statement about patriarchy only wanting to control the men, my counter to that, good sir, is when you were in high school, did they make you read the Scarlet Letter as a part of your literature?
I can't remember.
Wait, real quick.
I remember.
Okay. Hood, hold that thought. Who has the noise going on in the background? Who has the who's in the
Leon.
nursery?
That's Leon. Leon's attending to the children.
Okay, Leon, I would ask
Well,
you
he was
to.
asking the question, so I get
No,
it.
I got it. I would say in between him speaking, he could hit that mute so we can, hear a little less of the Tonka truck shit. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect. But no,
it was while you were talking. So, but
yeah,
your mic.
I got you. My bad. But go ahead.
Well, no, the thing about men controlling patriarchy only controlling men. I counter that with the Scarlet Letter, a very famous, and mind you, it's a fiction, but at the same time, it was sort of describing the way things were. I mean, hell, we had no problem literally burning women at the stake because we thought they were acting funny.
Who the fuck is we?
Well, as a country, this is the Salem witch trial, and so I'm speaking in the ranks of men as we. I'm speaking just in the ranks of men.
You can't do
well,
that.
I do that. I do that.
Black men didn't burn anybody at the stake.
I claim some of those witches. They're on my shoulders too. No, all I'm saying is though, as the patriarchy goes, controlling women is about controlling the domain, just like it's about controlling the men. Everybody has to behave according to certain prescribed rules. So to say that patriarchy never had control over the women, you kind of overstepping your bounds here.
So Hood, I never said anything about patriarchy never having control over the women. What I said is they want to skip regulating the guys and hyper focus on the women. Right. So what I'm saying is they're skipping that element. So it's not real patriarchy. It's just we want to regulate these bitches however we can.
So I gotta push. Let me push back on that a little bit. I think that conservatism, as I see these guys practicing it, is let's regulate the women after we save them from these thugs, because we gotta say the women want the thugs, but the thugs are ruining the women and the community. So we as conservatives, we got to save these innocent women from these thugs, these pookies, so we can have them, because these women are choosing these guys instead of us. That's what I see. And outside of that framework, I don't see really much else talked about. And this centering around Pookie. Everybody talks about Pookie, right? It lets me know just by who your enemy is, because it ain't the white man. To me, if your enemy is the white man, you're chasing power, and if your enemy is Pookie, you're chasing pussy. And I've been saying that since my channel's been here. Okay, if your issue is Pookie, you're chasing pussy because you're competing with those men for them same bitches that you think are out of order, that are protected by those pookies. So we gotta save these women from Pookie and to get rid of Pookie so we can save the community. Right? So to me, I don't see nothing happening outside of that discussion, right? In black, quote unquote, black conservatism. To me, black conservatism is just as bad as quote unquote black feminism. It's both trash.
Ooh.
It's both trash. Both of those things blame some group of men and victimize some group of bitches. That's what this is about, bro. It's about pussy. And black men, black conservatives think that they could form some sort of brotherhood with white men against feminism. You're making the same mistake the black feminists made with the white feminists. They don't fuck with you like that. There will always be a fine line drawn when it comes to race. You'll agree all day about the women. Just like the black feminist agrees with the white feminist about the men. Until a black woman disappear, get killed by some white boy, or get hurt by the police, where's white feminism? See, white feminism waving flags and making noise when black women are attacked by black men. But black feminists and white feminists are quiet when white men do shit to black women. They're quiet as a motherfucker. Okay?
Quiet.
Same thing when it comes to black conservatives with white people. You got all the smoke for niggas, but none for the white man. It's the same fucking shit, bro. It's the same exact fucking thing. You're not gonna ever form a brotherhood with them people. They don't fuck with you like that. They'll let you help them get to their solution. And sometimes not. You get your nigga wake up call eventually because they don't fuck with you like that. You're not gonna sit and be brotherhooded up with these people because the line is always drawn when it comes to race. We saw that in the Manosphere 1.0 with the MGTOW shit. Them motherfucker was like, yeah, nah, we don't give a fuck about your blackmail issue. We agree on this feminism issue. But when we talk about, well, your issues as a black man, fuck you. I don't give a fuck about that. That shit ain't my problem.
Shit, it happened recently. Tatum, Jason Whitlock got cooked by Nick Fuentes.
The twins.
The Hodge twins got cooked by this dude. Oh, you can promote my shit, but don't come to my town, nigga. You're too black. You know? It's like, come on.
I finally found what I was looking for. I wanted to get the actual words of these individuals. You can look this dude up. His name's Russell Kirk. He was really active when he published his work in 1953. And he's the origins of what we're calling a lot of modern conservatism. And if you listen to what I said earlier about the modern conservative movement being essentially a reflexive action towards the modern left, this is specifically what we're talking about. What I'm speaking to is conservatism is the shadow of liberalism at this point. And what we're discussing are just degrees of this. It has 6 primary tenets. Tenet number 1, belief in a transcendent order or body of natural law that rules society as well as consciences. There's an objective truth that in the universe as we can know it. Furthermore, the great object of politics to apprehend and apply true justice is a community of souls. Kirk rightly, quote unquote, places this idea first on the list for conservatism as moral relativism. And we've heard this whole relativism point with Trump era politics coming up. On this point, all others will depend. There are such things as truth, right, falsehood, and wrong. Without unchanging standards, attempts at social living are doomed beforehand for failing to acknowledge that men are spiritual beings, not infinitely malleable. Then it goes to the next point. To have affection for the variety and mystery of human existence as opposed to the narrow uniformity, egalitarianism of, quote, radical systems and, quote, Conservatives are convinced that life is worth living, as Kirk was fond of saying, that unlike liberals, do not seek to force sameness on humanity. Tenet 3, conviction that civilized society needs the rule of law and the middle class, in contrast to the notion of a classless society. Conservatives believe there are natural distinctions amongst men, leading to inequities of condition. Conservatives affirm equality before God and the courts. Anything more leads to servitude and boredom. Tenet 4, freedom and property are linked. Without private property, the state is unstoppable. Redistribution of wealth by taxes or other means is not economic progress. Men need property to secure their rights, discharge their duties, and limit government. Tenet 5, faith in prescription and distrust of those calculating men who would reconstruct all of society according to their own abstract designs. A conservative believes things are the way they are for a good reason. Past generations have passed on customs and conventions that stood the test of time. Custom serves as a check on anarchy and lust for power. And the final tenet, recognition that change may not be a good thing. Hasty innovation can destroy as well as improve. So conservatives are prudent with their changes in approach to reform and caution rather than zeal. And again, this was rooted in the Anglo perspective, specifically enlisted. So when I was speaking about the advent of modern conservatism, these means are what we're talking about. There's a lot of overlap, and a lot of this is in reaction to the left. And as long as we don't have that understanding, we keep getting played like a political football, like we've been talking about.
Well, I think those things are objectively true, irregardless of whatever excesses the left is guilty of, past or present. Those are like literally timeless truths, in order to things, be cautious about making grand changes to your civilization and whatnot. These are just timeless truths. And so when I talk about Black people being conservative, this is what I wanted to take issue with a second ago while you were speaking on it. I don't like the concept of Black conservative. I think, Nameless, you described me as a conservative who happens to be Black. And I
Yes.
like that, even though when you ask me, I kind of think we need to be a little bit stronger than just conservatism. I think there needs to be slightly more authoritarianism at this point, because we're so far gone. We can't just, walk our way back easily.
Wait,
But
Hood, let me accent that point. Do you remember when I talked to you about the F scale, right?
not totally. It was a long time ago, I think.
Okay. Put a pin on that. I need you to email me, man. We got to talk about this Marxism shit, man. Because this is everything you're talking about is why Black America is articulating the pushback against you and anybody with that C tag the way you see it.
I get that, but also I get that it's almost a record on autoplay. You realize, and you explaining by what was that guy's name, Russell Kirk, by you walking through his argumentation, you have given Black people a basis in order to the structure of their own lives, right? Which is conservatism in essence, right? What does liberalism give you? And I realize that people are standing on nothing, spouting out slogans and shit.
So let me address this super chat. Shout out to Beretta 9. That's all I got, y'all. Got a bell. 5 Mike's Marcus, you just dropped some source quotables. Nameless too. I appreciate it. I'm sure Nameless does too. I appreciate you, Beretta 9, and all that you do. I want to say something real quick. And this is very, very short, and to what Nameless said. He said, Black conservative and a conservative who happens to be Black. I feel like both exist. It's just like I say, you have girl dads and you have men who have daughters. To me, a conservative who just happens to be Black, this need for the boogeyman Black man does not exist in the discussion. All you get is conservative talking points. You know who to me is a conservative that happens to be black? Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder is a conservative who happens to be black.
I would actually disagree. And Doc is my doc, right? I don't want to pray. I don't want nobody praying over me but Doc. You know what I'm saying? But that's my guy. But I think Doc Thunder is a black conservative. He's not necessarily a conservative who happens to be black. And the reason why, I'll explain the reason why.
I wasn't done because I was going to explain what.
I'm sorry.
No. I want you because I want you to respond. I want you to respond to me. Let me tell you what I think the difference is, in my opinion, because everybody's going to have their own viewpoint on this. I feel like a black conservative is someone who practices conservatism the way that conservatism is practiced in America. Like black feminists practice really what they're practicing is white feminism, but they just got black skin, right? So you're just a black conservative because you're practicing white conservatism, a white American conservatism, as opposed to just simply conservatism. If you have conservative belief, your race ain't got shit to do with it. Race doesn't even enter the discussion. You live your life a certain way. You believe certain things. You don't believe other things. Race has nothing to do with it. When you make it about black, white, and all this shit, then you become a black conservative. Again, this is my viewpoint on it. Other people might feel different. So now I want you to explain, because I use Dr. Thunder as an example. So I want you to explain it as you define it, Hood.
I want to clear it up after.
All right. And I won't be long. I think you did a great job walking up to it, but you didn't really split the hairs fine enough, right? Here's the thing, the problem I have, and the issue why I say Doc Thunder is more like a black conservative than, a conservative who happens to be black. It's because when you're motivated by the actual black interest, however you want to frame that, because it's a very subjective thing I'm learning. Everybody has a different take on what it means to be black. But once you take those pure, intrinsic, timeless values that Nameless just listed off, those ideas need not be weighted down by your conception of what is or is not black. Those things are simply true. And by adding blackness to things that are simply true, you make them somehow less true because it's less pure now by adding your blackness to it. And so when I try to think my way to a logical point, I don't want to think it out as a black man. I want to think it out as logically and as cold-bloodedly as I can possibly do it, because that is how you approach truth, not with your blackness, but with cold rationale.
So why you can't apply that logic to the meme if you're looking for cold hard truth?
Well, because I understand it's also a meme.
Okay, then you understand it's bullshit. I need you to say it.
Again, we can quibble about the edges, but it's relatively true.
No, it's not. And people are taking this shit to be hold on. People are taking the shit to be fact. Anytime you question it, people say, well, you don't understand stats and percentages and this, as if there's some science behind it, and there's not. So don't lie and say that people understand it to be hyperbolic when they don't. It's like people saying, well, the Bible is allegory and people understand it to be allegory. No, there's people that really think that a motherfucker walked on water, lived in a whale, and all the other wild shit that's in that book, right? So let's not get on this stream and try to brush that shit under the rug as, well, most people understand it is hyperbolic and it's bullshit, but it's trying to tackle another issue when they really take it on face value as fact. Let's agree and let's not insult each other's intelligence with that. Let's do that much.
Well, I mean, the heart of it is that a tiny percent of the population, which are, black men, commit a hugely outlandish percentage of the violent crime. That's really the essence of what it's getting at. And that's why I said, if you want to quibble about numbers at the edges, fine. You can disprove me on the edges.
They're quibbling.
But the heart of it speaks to just a general truth.
No, the general truth is, again, arrest
No,
records.
that's a dog whistle, fam.
not
I guess
even
we gotta call it, man, because it's a
Well,
dog
there are no
whistle.
dog whistles. I'm saying it flat out. There's a small percentage of
That
black
is the
men that are
case for
hyper violent.
everybody. Literally everybody. You
No,
got
no.
more Native Americans doing that than everybody else. If
Can
you
I
look at
clarify something?
absolute, I'm gonna say this real quick, and I gotta get ready to bounce. If you look at the absolute freaking numbers, there is no way we're committing half the crime, which is pretty much what's being said. It's just not. It's
Well,
not.
really, it's about violence, not crime, because crime is like
Even
niggas off
if
all
you
kinds.
control for violence, fam, Native Americans are more violent per person than we are. And that, you know, that don't even sound right. But it is. That's the math. I'm sorry. That's the
I
math.
want to clear up something. So, like I said before, one of my boys, he's a Mexican, and his family's part of the cartel. What he said to me is, "Y'all don't kill people right. Y'all make sure the cops find the body." I said, he's like, "Y'all have the highest murder rate." I said, "Yo, y'all put people in acid in containers and chop up their bodies in meat grinders." And his reply back was, "Those are missing people. They didn't find the
Right.
body." and this guy is 55 years old, Mexican cartel, and he just said black people kill people wrong. Basically, we do it right. So it's not even close. We're nowhere near Colombians or Mexicans. I was gonna straight up tell you, they disappear people 24/7. And and I just want to the part about Dr. Thunder. This is where you have to take from what Nameless said about the Anglo conservative view of things.
Yeah.
Because what takes place is, even I say I'm on the left, but even I'm religious. I have social conservative values. But when I say social conservatism, it does have forms of traditionalism in it. It has religious beliefs of how ideas are structured. It has a form of negative liberty mixed in it, but it's not the same as white conservatism through the lens of Anglo fucking Saxons. It's not the same. So Dr. Thunder is a social conservative, but he doesn't directly believe in negative or positive liberty. He believes in a vast thing on the other side. So when it comes down to it, it pushes him to the moderate position. But he's a social conservative because of religious beliefs.
Absolutely. Shout out to Nameless. Thank you for jumping up here and spitting your shit. You know what I'm saying? Nameless has jumped out. I want to play this video before we get too far. Shango has given me a link and I haven't gotten to it yet. So let's listen to this. Let's check this out.
A little bit about what it's like to be a reject. Okay, right now I want to talk a little bit about what it's like to be a reject within your own race. You see, in my opinion, I feel like if you are a black man who is non-stereotypical, your life is going to feel like a curse. It is easier to exist in this world as a black guy who fits into the stereotype. And I believe that's the case because within the black community, if you do not adhere to the prescriptive ideas of what it means to be a black person, you're going to be tortured everywhere you go. Because everywhere you go, black people are going to view you and see you as an outsider. You're going to be labeled as whitewashed or an Uncle T, if you catch my drift, or they're going to call you a raccoon, just simply due to the fact that you do not conform to their idea of what it means to be black. Like, I never understood that. How is a black person supposed to act? How is a black person supposed to be, talk? What is a black guy supposed to listen to? Like, growing up, I always felt opposite to what they told me black was. So in my mind, I never felt attached to my race or I never felt attached enough to my race to make my entire personality and identity my skin color. So for the longest time, I've always viewed myself as a brain occupying a meat sack or inhabiting a meat sack or a vessel, pretty much. And that has caused me a lot of alienation because I would go over family members' houses and they will all just be dancing at a barbecue or listening to, hip hop songs or R&B songs. And I always felt secluded because I was never into that. I don't hate that culture, but when it came to like black culture or like hood culture or street culture, I never felt attached to it. I was always into alternative things. The music I listened to was alternative. The way I dressed was very alternative. My hobbies and interests were all different from what black people took to. So you can imagine all that did was just label me in their minds as a traitor, and that's so unfortunate, man, because black people love to talk about how other races treat them badly and how everyone hates black people. We're so tortured by the world and we're victims, and they always fail to acknowledge how black people destroy other black people. And it's like when you do bring that up, they either brush past it quickly or they just invalidate your experience. Because in most black people's minds, racism or hatred or discrimination only matters when it's coming from a white person. And that's what black people have been indoctrinated to think. They think that black on black hatred or black on black bullying or black on black violence doesn't matter that much. It's like, that's why I don't talk to anyone IRL about this, because it's just going to be an endless argument and I'm tired of arguing. This video was not to preach self-hate. I'm not making this so you can, be on my side. I'm just trying to share my experience because I'm tired of black people being hypocrites. It's just, I don't know, it's backwards to me. It's so backwards. But yeah, man, my experience as a black outsider was just very brutal. Growing up, going to inner city schools, black kids would pick on me every single day. The black boys would physically assault me and call me names and just bully me every day. And it got to a point to where I had to defend myself so much that
Okay, we get it. So, Shango.
Yeah.
All right. Address this a little bit. I also have a link that Maggie sent me.
Gotcha.
Some stats. So you the one that sent me this link. So, speak on it a little bit.
I bet. So number one, I suspect he's a tether. Number one. Number two, though, just to get at that, get that out the way. Number two, I sent you this because we're highlighting the origin story of many of these gentlemen because they sound exactly like this. If you listen further into this piece, he's going to talk about how black women rejected him and call him ugly and a nerd and a dork. And he found kinship amongst Asian people, white people, Latinos, and autistic people. And so I had to ask myself, this is going viral too. Everybody's covering it. You got big.
Okay. Oh, so this is new. He just dropped
brand
it.
Brand new.
Okay.
So
all right.
This kid is a temperature, a thermometer in the neck of Black America, quote unquote. And it just shows how these people get sequestered into these ideologies. That's why I had you play it. I appreciate that you did that because very important. I would encourage everybody to watch this.
Now, there is some truth to what he's saying.
To a degree.
There is.
Okay, so explain the degree.
All right. So there are black individuals that don't like people who talk proper, et cetera, et cetera. But I want you to notice on his profile, like who he depicts himself as. Do you know what that character that he has is?
Where is it?
It's in the middle of the screen, the black character with the glasses.
Oh, this guy right here.
Yeah, that's called a Chud. That was a white nationalist school shooter that shot up a store full of black people and Latino people. because he wasn't getting no pussy. It's an incel. So essentially, he identifies himself with white school shooter incels.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I listen to his quote
I think
unquote,
incel is a stretch, bro.
no, he
I
was
mean,
an
not
incel.
incel. I'm sorry, school shooter. He's definitely on this incel shit. I
I
think
mean,
shooter is a stretch.
if you shoot up a grocery store, what's the difference between
No,
that
I
and
don't know that he identifies as that part.
no? Yeah,
It's
yeah,
Again,
I
incel
understand
is
hood
on
that.
its own.
service. Hood
Yeah,
service. The
the
better
incel
question
part.
is, why would you
Yeah,
present that as a picture of a
of you.
person that killed your own fucking people as a profile picture?
That's why I said I don't think that's what he's presenting it as. He doesn't identify as that. He might identify as an incel, but he's not identifying as some shooter.
But my
How do you
point is,
know?
yeah,
Well, I'm
we don't
just
know.
looking
But
at the
why do you
profile.
have
It
the
just
picture?
doesn't seem as likely. But I
Do you
could be
think,
wrong. I
hey,
could be wrong. We're all speculating,
hood,
right?
Now, because I'm not
do you
saying either.
find
I'm go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
do
being
you
agnostic
find
about it, but go ahead.
do you find that picture triggering, or would you think that black people would find that triggering, seeing the shooter on a profile picture that walked in the
Well,
store and killed a whole bunch of black people?
well. For one, the chud isn't necessarily a shooter automatically, right? So if you type in incel Wojak or a chud Wojak, you're gonna get a face that looks just like that, and it has nothing necessarily to do with some school shooter. And so that's what. So when you started talking like that and connecting this kid to that, that's why I immediately spoke up because I understand where the memes come from to a degree, and I'm just saying it's not necessarily him identifying as some racist school shooter. That's
But
not probably where he's coming from.
he identifies with the racial element because it's tied to the incels.
Well, he's making himself black.
No, but this is the thing though. All of his sentiment is outside of black. He said, I'm a black that was exiled from black. That's what he's saying. So
Right.
he's saying he's not a part of the culture. So what does he represent himself as? A man from a prominent internet white culture, 4chan, Reddit. This is very popular, and it is associated with white supremacy, white nationalists. I hate that term, white supremacy, but I'm just using it so we can communicate. This is a signal of his personality, his mindset, and who he was around.
So let me ask a question, right? So this is a black version of the character.
Yes, he made it.
So the original character is not is a white. So this kid has turned this character black in effect to represent himself.
Yes.
Yes.
So right. So I would. So again, this character that I'm looking at, because y'all are fooling me right now. This character that I'm looking at. This is this is like an incel mascot type of shit.
Yes. When you look up, like Hood Servative mentioned, when you look up a chud, you'll see the whole litany of what goes on with that. You could type in Urban Dictionary what a chud is.
No doubt. So this character in particular, like, because Hood is trying to separate it from the shooter aspect. How does this image or this character connect to shootings? I'm curious.
Yeah, no problem. The majority of the Ooters that were doing some of these crimes to mostly white people, might I add, are steeped in incel lore. Most of them are incels, right? The vast majority are incels.
Right.
Incels have lore now. That is amazing. I never heard the term incel lore.
Yes. They have their own lore. They have their own spaces. They have subreddits, RK9 on like 4chan, shit like that. They got all this stuff.
And they probably do.
Yeah, these people, what they do is they pass around these memes as a form of communication, just like everybody else does with their memes. And this meme in particular signifies things like billions must die. That's a term that comes along with this a lot. Another one is eat the goy slop as a joke. You know, they make jokes with this. And it signals a white supremacist bent. And like I said, I don't like that term because it's bullshit. I don't believe in it, but it's the best way to communicate so you know what I'm talking about, right? If you look into it, you will see what I'm talking about can be verified 100% facts.
So let me ask you, and now I'm addressing Hood Servative. Let me ask you something, Hood. So we listened to this video. We heard the kid speak. If he's feeling ostracized, right, by his own group, you know, he got beat up and all of this other stuff for just being himself, right? I don't think he's really trying to not be black or again, I spoke to this when with the whole "They Not Like Us" record, right? And I had a problem with that and Kendrick because Kendrick made blackness performative. So I spoke against the thing he's speaking against. I have a problem with people who say this is you're being black because you went through this struggle, or you do this, or you talk like this, or you dress like this. That's blackness, which I think is trash, right? Now, getting back to this kid. If he's been ostracized by his own culture and his group of people, and he has found a home with people outside of the culture, you don't think that that person will not take on the viewpoint of the people that he's seeking solace with? It's a yes or no question.
That's a possibility question, but yes, it's possible.
Of course it's possible, and I think it would be highly likely. And to be honest, you know, a lot of the conversations that we happen here that we have in here in the space, because I've been loud and vocal about saying that the black manosphere is slowly, if and surely, becoming an incel space. That's how I feel about it, right? And a lot of what I consider black conservatism is, you know, guys who feel like they've been rejected by the race or the culture, rejected by the women. They can't dress their way or talk their way or swag their way into the culture or be with the women. And they see, again, the women going for a certain type of black person or black man that they aren't, right? And when they look at those guys are the thugs. So when they retreat to these, you know, these other demographics, they speak about black men as all black men are the guy that they hate. Because they hate the thug, y'all niggas is thugs. And then everything that the white man says about y'all or you know, is true because of you hate the thug. The same way that the blue collar man is invisible to black women, black men, regular black men who go to work every day, don't fuck with nobody, those men are invisible. These niggas only see the thug. They only see the thug. The thug is their enemy. The thug and the black woman who rejected them. And they take that, and that becomes what black men is to them. Right? So that's, to me, what a black conservative is. Like Nameless said earlier, it's a response. It's a hate that hate created. So you hate black men because you see, I'm not just on YouTube, but I'm also on Facebook, and I observe this shit all the time. I'm seeing black rejected men, and they have this Pookie obsession, and they paint that stereotype on all black men. And we know that there's not the majority of black men out here shooting motherfuckers up. It's not. Again, gang violence is gang violence. Gang violence exists in every demographic. We don't use the motherfucking essays to say all Mexicans are like this. We don't use the fucking, you know, the crime families to say all Italians are like this, so on and so forth. You got white boys that bang on each other on some gang shit. We don't use that as some sort of measurement of, you know, white crime. So I'm trying to understand how these kids in Chicago that are shooting at each other, killing each other, becomes the standard for how all black men behave. And when I hear black men say it, I feel as though they feel like they're getting their nerd revenge on niggas.
That's what it is, 100%.
It is. It is.
It's revenge of the nerds, bro.
It is.
And revenge against Isha, everything.
Right.
What typically, like, I'm a military brat, I let people know. And BGS knows about me when I was in high school. I got kicked out of Texas for a particular middle school, high school incident. I came back. I dress very clean. I'm keep a haircut. I'm clean cut looking. I don't sound particularly black to some people. First day I got back to Texas, I was in the principal's office and he's looking at me and looking at my record in a little confusion. And I just told him, if they think I'm soft, just understand I'm going to set it off. And 2 weeks later, I set it off. That's what I did. But the thing that I found about doing that is it made me way more attractive. I wasn't only handsome and clean cut, I physically would fight anytime. And the part where the kids like me that their parents won't buy them polo or their parents won't buy them Rockaware and shit, you know what I'm saying, is they're unattractive because girls look at them like, if something happens, you might run.
Exactly.
That's the first thing. They look at you like you're bitch made. Like if a nigga comes up and grabs my ass in the club, you're not gonna do shit. So what? He makes 25K and you make 40, and you say, bitch, fuck you. I might get R-worded in front of you, and you might just sit there. You know, a lot of niggas are cowards. Just straight up, they're cowards, and they don't really want to admit it because they never really engaged in any physical activity. Out of just the pure rage side of it, it was more self-defense, and I eventually started fighting back. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm gonna punch the biggest guy that I could find that was talking shit. Fuck the guy my size. If I see about 5 girls and he talking shit, I'm not gonna get it. I'm gonna straight up light him up. That's what I did. BGS knows my background. He knows what we used to be into, and he was just like, I didn't get why y'all did that. And I said, we did it because our parents, when we were born, were already E4s, E5s. So we grew up with shit. And the kids that were more poor and didn't go to the better schools, they engaged us 24/7. And so what we did was engage them first, every single chance that we got. And girls just found that shit attractive, bro. They're like, oh, so y'all not bitch made. Because a lot of niggas are bitch made. And it's just the truth.
And they try to
Now
hide behind anime.
you understand the conundrum here. All of that behavior, it's of a piece, and a lot of that also later on explains why the black community is the way it is. Because by and large, the majority of people who get caught up in that don't break out of it.
That's not true. But
Mm.
Oh,
all I'm
niggas get
saying,
caught in school.
I'm talking to the point of what women see that this guy's a coward, and that a lot of guys are cowards, and that's how they feel about him. If something happens, they're gonna turn around and run under most conditions.
It's not even about pussy. Yeah. It's about you as a man not getting punked by somebody. That's what it is.
Yes.
I had a little what they call like a nigga nerve phase, just a little bit for like 3 years. You know what got me out of that shit? A fight. I had to learn how to fight. Yeah. Because I was getting my ass whooped. So I had to learn how to fight. Then I started bulking up, getting bigger and shit. These dudes don't do that shit. They just go through. They haven't been through one fight, and if they did, it was some bitch made.
Pure self-defense.
Yeah, some pure self. Like they're not aggressive. They're not assertive. Black women.
You mean the nerds? Shango, the ones that you know, the awkward ones. They're not assertive.
Yeah, and some of that is, you know, they can't help it because they might be autistic or whatever. But it's like, dude, you have to understand, black women, like the Keishas, y'all people talk about, those are overt narcissist women. They like overt narcissist men. I'm just gonna keep it 100 with. They don't like covert, which is the majority of these spaces and shit. It's a bunch of covert narc niggas who want to be internal and demure and all this shit. No, if you're dealing with Keisha, you got to slap that bitch sometimes.
There you go. They don't like smart men.
That has nothing to do with
sluggish behavior. Well, no. Listen. You were saying it without saying it. covert, whatever. They prefer you to come off as dumb and thuggish. They're attracted to that
No,
shit,
But no,
no.
and
that's not what
What
it
it
it,
is.
has
that's not what it
secondary
is.
effects.
See,
You're
this
It
is
not
has
why
listening.
I don't
knock-on
think it's
effects, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, that's wrong,
it's
bro.
it's I gotta take you here because I can't be around them. And it's like I can go places, people shake me up and people don't try me. I'm not continuously fighting because the mindset is if I engage in more likely a fight, and my woman is the type to grab my arm and say leave, because my mindset isn't to leave. But I look like the guy that will leave.
So I want to say this,
I
right?
think
And
you're
then
going too far with this.
I
Go ahead.
think that the type of guy, women, and I'm talking about black people. Let me say that first and foremost. The type of guy black women look for, right? It depends on what environment they're in, right?
Correct.
And that what I say is this, like,
Yes.
so you got black women that they'll grow up in, like, suburbs, right? They might
My
date
cousin.
black, right? They might date black boys, or they might date white boys. You know what I'm saying? Either or, right? But let's go to the hood. I'm gonna make an analogy that I made in a video some time ago. Y'all probably don't remember it, so I'm gonna make it again. It's been a while. To me, the hood is like prison. And this is what I mean when I say this, right? When a motherfucker go to jail, this analogy is gonna be real weird and like it's gonna be a pause moment. Okay, nigga go to jail, nigga get to jail, and in jail is the biggest motherfucker. Gonna see the new meat come in, and the guy that's coming in, he's gonna either he's gonna be fighting, or he's gonna be with the biggest motherfucker in there, right? Washing drawers or whatever the fuck, right? And that big dude, that big tough dude, is gonna protect them from the other big tough dudes, right? Y'all follow me so far?
Keep going.
So
we keep going.
to me, prison is the hood without bitches. The hood is a dangerous place.
For the most part.
For the most part. It's a dangerous place. Motherfuckers, ain't got shit, or they trying to get shit, or whatever the fuck, right? The only difference is you got bitches in the hood who look for the most dangerous motherfucker to protect them from the other dangerous motherfuckers.
And that's what I'm saying.
Right. I know exactly what you're saying. This is why I'm going to this analogy, right? If you ain't dangerous enough to whoop her ass, what can you do against them niggas out there?
Exactly.
And that's the way they see it. Like, like if I can walk over you, them niggas can't. Right? If you in prison and you go whoop a nigga ass, then he can't really protect you from the other motherfuckers. And that's assuming you in there for a 20-year, 30-year life bid or some shit like that, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like, the hood is jail. The jail is the hood without bitches.
And I don't mean to cut you off, OG.
No, you good. You good.
You got to break this shit down too. Only 30 to 35% of black folks live in the hood. That's number one. This is coming out of
that too. That's why I separated
exactly
in the beginning of that.
And then peep this too. White bitches like more dominant men as well. Why do you think they have all these high school movies and shit? And take it out the movies. Why would there be a white manosphere if they didn't have problems with that?
There you go.
Someone explain that shit to me. Like, people, I just don't like putting it on one thing. Like, it's only this. No, nuance, man. If you don't have nuance, you don't have nothing.
Yeah, because black.com got these white boys losing.
Yeah, they lose their mind, bro. Look, I'm not mad at niggas who step outside, but that's not the object. The problem is motherfuckers start tap dancing because they want to assimilate to another culture, right? Like, black culture is solely relegated to listening to Chief Keef. I grew up in the hood and the burbs around all sorts of black people, rich, poor, whatever. We all saw each other as brothers, especially after fights or going out to chase bitches. I've been homeboys with niggas who talk proper and niggas who don't.
Right.
So this whole conception is revenge of the nerds. So it's dirty Mac. Just high level dirty Mac.
Pretty much.
To get all the hood bitches out there. You know what I'm saying? I need all Keishas come to me. Suck free.
No, but
After I have my footing, I'll send you back.
Now I want you
monkeys.
I want
Now,
you
I
guys to
want
take note
Go
of a
ahead.
couple of things that you just alluded to that tie into what we disagreed about earlier. You described the hood, right? Not all black folk, obviously, but you described the hood,
Mhm.
quote, as prison, which,
it is.
there's an overlap to it. But now you expect me to believe that that reality doesn't show up in like the stats and the numbers, like that violence doesn't show up in the numbers.
Not in the over
So
exaggerated.
No,
so
because
again, if
let me
35%
go
of
ahead.
black people are in the hood, and you use those numbers, that's still a fraction of the 35% of black people that are in the
Right.
hood. So that proves that you're still wrong. Thank you.
Everybody in the hood ain't a killer. If we understand that most of these niggas on these records that's talking about this violent shit ain't violent.
Yep.
Right. So
Well, I
if
mean,
you
you just described it something like prison, which is an ultra violent place, and even in a
No,
I'm
not
prison,
every
saying
black
there's
I'm
prison are
even
okay.
in a
violent.
prison there's a minority of men who are doing the most horrific shit.
Hey,
So,
thanks for
Right.
saying
like
that, Rick.
the idea that it's somehow untrue because it's only a minority of men that are,
No.
responsible for the worst things.
Okay.
The numbers
That
are there
That's
because that's
inflation.
how it is.
no. What I'm saying to you is everything that can happen to you in the hood ain't necessarily violent or murder,
Yeah,
right? Like the
correct.
most like murder and the most extreme crimes are committed by the most extreme individuals, and they're the minority, and that exists in all demographics and areas. But of course you're going to have more of these things where you have less resources. Now, one thing I like to point out is this. I think we all remember at the beginning of this pandemic where white people were fighting for fucking paper towels and tissue.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so nobody looked at them as pathological.
They look crazy as
So
fuck.
if you look at that, right, and I seen this in my fucking face, right, when it was going down. If you look at them and you understand, well, it's just like the white people that were in Louisiana during Katrina. They weren't looting; they were getting supplies and food, right? So there's different, verbiage that's being applied here. It is being then it's being applied over here, right? So you get a place, you got some black people, and they got limited resources, food deserts, and this type of thing, denied opportunities, access to certain things. So then when they start acting up behind that, we call them, there's a pathology about that, and we say, well,
Right,
these are just
degenerates.
violent people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm seeing white people
Yep.
fight for fucking shit at Walmart, bro.
Yep. Seen it with my own eyes too, bro.
White women
Beat each other down.
in particular. White women in particular, bro.
Rip out hair.
Well,
So why does the narrative change for black people? You just don't like black people. And
Well,
whatever your villain arc is, then that's a story you need to tell. But that's what it boils down to. When you need to subscribe to a narrative, no matter what is shown to you, you have a cognitive bias. Period. That's just what the fuck it is.
Keep it 100. Cask
It's that tether blood.
Oh, man, don't do that.
You recall from Nick Fuentes did a video everybody was sharing on their social media about his views about black folks, why he doesn't be around what they call niggas, right? You seen it?
I've seen pieces of it.
Okay.
The black fatigue shit?
I don't know if they call black tea, but the point is he did a video or a whole stream on his end talking about it, right?
Right.
And well, I looked at it. I haven't watched it in full, but I saw enough clips of it. I need to find full video to watch his rant on it. But anyway, that most black men, women view themselves from the lens of those type of characters like Nick,
right,
Andrew, and they don't want to come and be honest. So when they talk about I have a mindset because this is all me, no, this is you and something else. Because if you're not around black folks enough, or you live amongst other groups, then it explains your mindset. And all I need to see from your rhetoric that I could tell what you are. Now, besides not seeing who you actually are visually, I could tell from the back that two things come out: either you're a black person or you're a non-black person, or you're something else, and you have a certain mindset that proliferates what you see black people as a whole, from who they tell you what black people are, regardless of your little small experience. Because any neighborhood, any crime, any situation, people that are in proximity with themselves are going to engage in some form of physical violence. You're not going to escape that. I'm not sure why it's only to focus on black folks when we do things like this is the norm, and this is the bane and what they call the look of why America is, and this is the why America is and why it's always been because of black folks, or what they call niggas. And I'm saying the real person that's doing most of the thing is them. That's the majority. Because I'll ask them, what is your excuse to engage in criminality that have the resource? You should never engage in nothing. But when we look behind closed doors, not only you engage in it, but you engage in it out of two things, rather greed or fun. When you come around black folks and you engage and hurt black folks, soft targets, you do this for fun. Those guys that go around and delete black folks that are small white targets, Caucasoids, they will never do this in front of real niggas. And I don't like to use the word, I gotta keep honest. But they know, so you do that to the wrong Negro, something's gonna happen to you. So what's the second best thing? I'm gonna attack women and people. That is a bitch move. That's why a lot of them don't get no respect. When we see these attacks, we could tell, say, yeah, these are the bitch made among their community. They're better off when they talk about criminality and they do things towards us. You gotta look at who's doing who. And we can conclude, say, you guys talk a lot of game. And when it comes down to deal with the real men that they said are the problems in our community, you're not gonna confront them because you know what's gonna happen. You get your thing peeled back. And that's the honest truth.
Let me ask a question. How come nobody ever says, why should we respect white people if they don't like protect their kids from the school shooter?
Don't go there.
Like you know how they say, well, how does anyone expect black people to earn the respect of other people when they're shooting themselves, right? Because white people shoot themselves, right?
Yeah.
So white men go shoot up the school. White men go shoot up the parade. White men go shoot up the movie theater. White men go shoot up the concert outside the hotel.
Yep.
So
Man,
should they lose a level of respect because they're killing each other in those respects? Like, okay, so then if they're killing each other, then it's cool if I kill them. Right? You understand what I'm saying? Like how they say?
No, they will have a problem with that. Matter of fact, they don't want niggas having ideals if they try to exercise that option.
Oh no. Let me tell you. Okay, so I got invited to. I don't even want to say person's Discord, but basically we were talking about cop killings, and I got in a conversation about it. It was a debate, and I said, "Yo, it's crazy that cops kill more white men than they kill black guys." They're like, "Yeah," and I said, "Okay." I was like, "So," I said, "Y'all recognize that, right?" They're like, "Yes." I said, "So y'all okay with these white guys dying at this rate by cops?" And they said the room got quiet.
Right.
And they're like,
yes.
I asked the same question. I said, okay, because that's always the.
Let me continue. Well, go ahead and finish this. Okay, so
go ahead.
So I said, so are y'all okay with these white guys dying like this? And they were like, well, when I say the room got quiet, it got quiet. It was Destiny's fucking server, so they have like 80 people in the Discord, in the whole chat, and they were like, well, it's more about the ratio because the ratio is higher for black people. And I said, oh, that's great. So we're switching the ratio. We went from percentage to numbers. Now we're at ratio. Now it's about ratio. Okay, so thank you. So what ratio of white guys need to die by the hands of cops before y'all change the laws? The room got quiet again. I was like, does it have to get to the number that black people are at for y'all to start trying to engage with changing cops' behavior?
Again,
they wouldn't answer the question. And I said that y'all claim to be liberals, but y'all are fucking racist. See,
exactly.
Y'all don't want the system to change.
Yep.
Because if the system would change, niggas wouldn't need you for that.
Yep. That's the problem. Two wings of the same bird. And these the black conservatives, and that's not all of them are black conservatives.
Yeah.
The ones that are coons, they refuse to look at that paradigm. Like how black folks are placed makes us, by inherent nature of ourselves, political Mandalorians in order to survive. That's the only way we can survive. We cannot be attached. Yeah, exactly.
And the reason they don't want to change it because it would be something off the docket for black people to need you for.
Exactly. You're right. See, this is what I'm talking about. They don't want to address these points that we're making right now. They filibuster, they flip. Like Marcus is highlighting, the person's arrested, it's white people. And the person's convicted, it's white people. So what is this black on black crime? No, it's crime.
It's crime.
You guys are racist. That's what it is. Like, it is what it is. And you got too many coons from different foreign or domestic, different lineages, tap dancing for butter biscuits. That's what it is. Like,
sometimes it's for butter biscuits, and sometimes it's to be a thorn in the side of the people that they feel ostracized by.
That's a good point.
So it's a revenge thing. It's like, okay, because again, when you got people who are in a black space saying these things, they're not performing for white people. There ain't no white people here.
Yeah, you're right.
So who are you cooning for? So in essence, what you're doing is you're trying to prove a thing, again, in the face of numbers, data, and you know, hard facts with memes. How do you stand by a meme and the people are telling you, no, it ain't, that's not what it is. It's numerically impossible. If you fuck 13%, say 6. And then if you say 6, that means every nigga is doing this stuff, is responsible for half, and then you reduce that number to whatever you're gonna reduce it to.
Yes.
Right. You got less than a million black men in jail, in actual jail. If you know, I'm just saying, there's millions of us here, but the crimes is crimes. If you like, just period, like the most extreme individuals, like they say, I think it's 500,000 white men in jail, less than 500,000 white men in jail. I mean, pardon me. Yeah, less than 500,000 black men in jail. Pardon me. Right? But there's millions of people here, which means the actual convicted criminals are the minority.
Then the overturnings of the convictions.
Right.
Men lead in that.
Right. More than half.
And they don't bring that up.
The number of arrests doesn't reflect that. So nobody says, okay, we're going to take the arrest that resulted in the exoneration, we're going to take away from the percentage.
They don't.
And another question I want to ask before I forget, because it kept coming to mind, but then I wait for somebody else to say, if you remove gang violence from overall black violence, what do you have left?
0.
I ain't gonna say 0, but you understand what I'm saying? Like,
you have 4% to 5% left based on shit being over a bitch.
Or you owe me $5, or you looked at me wrong, or you stepped on my sneaker, or whatever. If you take gang violence, because that's where most of the murder comes from. Gang violence, which everybody has gang violence. Now, earlier someone said, well, you niggas just don't know how to kill each other. Let me tell you something, bro. They want to catch niggas so bad.
Yeah.
Okay? They went and dug a body out of the desert to convict Big U.
God damn.
Okay? Okay?
That's obsession. That's obsession.
Okay? Nah, we want y'all niggas.
Yep. But Marcus, let's keep real. And black men should know this, right? Black men, unfortunately, is the prize. That's why they focus on everybody except us. They focus on us the most. Everything they want, just to lock us up, make money or whatever. Even they want black men, unfortunately, sexually. These people are so enticed with. That's why you can't leave niggas alone, especially black men. You have to watch what they're doing. And like you said, if you're bearing the evidence, they're gonna find ways to find it and say we got the evidence on you. If you chop up the body, they're gonna find it because they can't leave you alone.
Yeah, this chicken bone is evidence you killed somebody, Nate. Go to jail. You know,
listen, this is a sign of mental illness that they're obsessed with niggas. black man giant.
Because it's money. This big business. Let me tell you.
It's not only money, it's everything. Because not only make money, but they want everything from a black man.
Listen.
And then in the equation, they don't have no existence. Think about it. If there's a world where there's no black men exist right now, or black people, let's say black men don't exist right now. Wait for these non-blacks gonna do. And Shane could answer this. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna do two things. They're gonna eat each other alive or do some work and find next target.
Look at this Charlie Kirk shit. They're doing it with the Charlie Kirk shit.
Yeah. Listen. They were hoping, praying that it was one of us that did that.
Listen, come on, man. No niggas going to Utah to shoot no white man in no white town with fucking some white people. Let's check this out. Check this out. Look, everybody makes money. Everybody. This black boogeyman shit. Everybody makes money from it. Black women make money from it.
Mm-hmm.
White men make money from white people make money from it. Charlie became a millionaire talking this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker, to them, that motherfucker was spitting.
Yeah.
They would come out and see this motherfucker. Him getting killed there is like a nigga getting shot at a concert or some shit. They came out to see him, right? Kick. You know, they wanted to hear him spit that hot fire. You know what I mean? And he became a millionaire behind this shit. And if he lived, he would have became the president. He was the next. They had him. Trust me, they was grooming this motherfucker to run this shit, right?
I would not be surprised because he's the right candidate in the next 10 years or maybe next 15 years. He'll be right position. Because at 32, if he'd turned 32 in October, I would say in the next decade, in 5 years, that is a highly possibility. A lot of people say he said himself on the that podcast that he's not interested in politics. You say that now if you're around, but I guarantee you, talk that same thing 15 years from now when you're in your 40s. You're gonna have a different.
Real quick, shout out to Duck Dissident for the 10. I appreciate you, bro. I mean, there's probably more money in what he was doing. He probably looked at, politicians like, why I want to do that is less bread.
No, it's his okay, so he dropped out of college early, then gets an $80 million investment yearly.
Yep.
From this thing is like I said already, he's a pawn. He's the face of something since he's on the edge of millennial and Gen Z. And so he has connections at the colleges.
He's a millennial.
And he's on the edge of Z. He's only 31, so
he's 31.
Yeah.
No, he's probably 32. Gen Z starts at 1995, so he's roughly millennial.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's on the edge. So when you look at his connections and the people, they don't even have to say who's giving the money. Like he's been making $80 million almost every year from this. They put chapters in every school, and when you think about it, I've said fuck Xers for a long time and boomers, but they're trying to split the votes by bringing younger males over to the Republican side. You know what I'm saying? They've been pushing this shit for some years, and he's the extreme version of it. And he gets away with it because people don't read or understand what they're reading. They just hear generalizations and they accept it. It's right. That's why it looks like he wins his arguments, but they're bullshit arguments.
Yeah, he lost it too. Cambridge, he lost that one.
Yeah, he's gonna lose at Cambridge. Those are come on. Those are the real,
The problem I got with guys like him is when it comes to these debates is it's not really with him, but with the people he debates. The problem I got is what I call, what Tariq calls, I'm white and I say so.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody fact checks. It's very rare that motherfuckers are debating a white person. They fact check the white people. They just take on face value what comes out of a white man's mouth without even questioning it. So that's how they win. Is the people that debate him, a lot of them just buy into the premise that what he's saying is factual. And
No, they don't have enough. They don't have enough information.
The people who have debated him successfully, right? First of all, I think him and Candace is corny because they only encounter kids.
Yep.
Right? They go to people who they at least feel are not studied in the conversation so that they can come off as some sort of authority on the topic. But then they bump into somebody who is studied on it and calls out their bullshit. And then that's when you see a motherfucker stumble. I posted a video of Kirk debating a black woman on my Facebook page. Matter of fact, I might play it in a few minutes, but that's when you see these guys stumble, because then they bump into somebody that knows what the fuck. And then that's when they start stuttering and shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's they, to me. I watched it. I see whether it be Ben Shapiro or even Destiny, who debated Bernard, and I think he debated Angry
Morgan in Pierce Morgan. I think he won the Pierce Morgan show.
Right. People just believe what these guys say. They'll say some false stat, and nobody is like, get that shit the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. It's like when it comes to this 1350, because niggas believe anything white people say, this shit has gained traction.
Yep.
And that's why, because nobody wants to question a white man. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, prove it. Now, you got to show me bigger than just saying it or just pointing to some gang violence, because gang violence is not black violence. It's gang violence. Gangs shoot each other. You can't use the context of politics to not call some shit white on white crime and then call some gang shit black on black crime.
Yeah, my biggest question when people bring up Chicago, especially South Side.
Yep.
Who was there before the black people?
White
the
people.
Italians and the Irish.
Yep.
Predominantly. What was going on in the same area where the black people were? The same level of murder.
Yeah. It's still going on with the Latinos. They don't ever talk about the Latinos. They just tore up downtown a couple days ago, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They had a Mexican parade or something like that. They're standing on cars, all that shit. You never hear these people mention that.
But you know why? Because those are white people they imported. So that's why you're not going to talk about it.
Oh, get out of there. What do
No.
Latinos...
And this is for all the
quote unquote white.
Yeah.
Quote unquote white.
Let's be honest. When they try and conflict numbers and replenish the population, they're not bringing niggas back here. They bring more someone that is white enough or whitely completely, and we could tell from out the bunch who they bring in their borders. And when they do criminal acts, you have to be lucky to search the internet to find that out. So when they talk about these people that are what they call not part of this country, right? And they say they're gonna send them back, these are ones they imported, and those ones they want to reveal for the media. They're not talking about all the criminality they're doing behind closed doors, regardless of who's in office. And you know why? Because it's going to give and paint a bigger picture of that 29.77%.
Yep.
Because they don't identify as fucking black. They identify as what? White. Yep. So I'm not sure why these crews don't see that when they put you in the light in the picture in a negative fashion is to show who's the face of evil criminality, your black ass. But they hide behind closed doors, say the ones that's doing the real criminality.
Oh, he debated her at
her. Yeah. Okay, so I want to say something before you start that video. She debated that conservative.
She was on that what do you call it? Debate with
the white boy with the jean jacket says all the stupid shit.
She was on that.
No. She was with the Christian the Christian guy with the smoked cigarettes in his basement with the leather jacket.
Andrew Wilson.
That's Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson.
People actually thought she lost the debate, and I'm like, yo, he red herring, jumped the fence, did all type of shit to avoid the conversation. He was gaslighting the whole time because he was wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, he ran into the wrong woman. Yeah.
We seen people here do that, but I ain't gonna say no names. So we gonna play this video.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna find you the video and send you, and you're gonna see what he's doing.
So let's listen to this. Let me make sure I got the mute off. We're going to soon wrap this up.
A project of DEI at United Airlines was that we want to get 40% of our pilots to be black or women of color or women or people of color.
40%.
50. I'm sorry, to get up to 50.
Hi, Charlie. Yeah, you're gonna have to lower that one for me.
What's your name again?
Thank you, Naima. How are you
Naima,
doing?
it's been a while.
It's been a minute. How have you been?
Great.
That's fantastic. You did do that. I mean, you didn't, but Trump did. Yes.
The collective we. Yeah.
Yes, the collective we. So speaking of Trump, I do want to talk a little bit about his policy on DEI. As you know, in his first weeks in office, he signed the executive order declaring that DEI is both unlawful and a threat to national unity. And I just kind of want to ask you to elaborate on why DEI is unlawful.
Well, based on the Civil Rights Act, which I have disagreements with, but based on the Civil Rights Act, which is the law of the land, it says you shall not discriminate based on color, race, creed, or origin of nationality.
Yes.
And DEI definitionally does those things.
How does it definitionally do those things?
So, for example, if you say you are going to hire a certain amount of people or have scholarships only for a certain people, you are then prejudicing against another group.
Which group are you prejudiced
So
against?
white people, Asians as well. I mean, white people are an easy one off the top of your head. So, for example, in the Harvard admissions case, I said this earlier, the average test score for a black individual was around 1,300 SAT, about 3.2 GPA. For a white or Asian, it would be about a 3.9 to 4 GPA and about nearly a perfect SAT. So you are disenfranchising and stereotyping and prejudicing against whites or Asians in favor of blacks.
You're not prejudicing against whites or Asians, though, because DEI is not on a race basis. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion of all people. Affirmative action is what is intended to address racial inequality, but DEI isn't on the basis of race.
Well, so DEI is a project of the affirmative action movement. So one comes before the other. He signed an executive order against both, for the record. So I wasn't sure which one you were talking about.
I'm talking about DEI.
So DEI, it depends what we mean in practice. So I can give you one example. There are black-only graduation ceremonies at certain schools or black-only dormitories.
But those are kind of student-led. I
Hold
mean,
on,
I'm
but
part of a black-only
let's play this out.
organization, and
So-
it's run by students. It's not
Fair
through
enough.
the school.
Let's play it out. So if there is a black-only, let's pretend, which it's not, that building is black-only. If I said that, if that building was
I'm
white,
like the campus center?
no, I said let's
okay.
pretend it's
yes,
not.
hypothetically, yes.
Hypothetically, if that building was white only, you would agree that's a violation of the Civil Rights Act.
Yes, but there
Hold
are
on,
no buildings on campus that are black only and white only.
Well,
and by the way,
but there are on other campuses.
no,
though.
but in those dormitories that are like culturally
motherfucker's
specific,
stupid.
you don't have to be that culture to live there. They're not going to not allow you to be black to live in a black dormitory.
you would
no,
be, you'd be
Ujima at
surprised.
Stanford. White people do live at Ujima. That's not.
I don't know about that specific example, but if it says black only dormitory,
But it doesn't say black only.
But okay, how about this? How about if we had? Well, it does.
It
But
doesn't. Where?
Keep 100. You there? What happened? It's paused? What happened?
No, I'm here. Y'all hear him struggling?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
he's
let me
getting
tell you
cooked.
something. And put us back on the stream. I don't know if you can put us on the side. This is an example of you run and talk to the wrong person. See, all these interviews he having are people that's just started college. They're not well read. They're not doing that stuff, but come across the right type of black person that knows their shit.
Yeah,
Now,
that's what I'm saying.
and pause because let me tell you something. The whole premise of his college movement is to recruit other whites so they could continue the program. That's the whole end game. If he's not come across any university that's either black dominant or not, he's going to come across people that don't know this shit, and he's going to challenge them, and they're not going to question it. See this woman right here? As much as people like her or hate her, she knows her stuff. That's why when she come across these circles and have these conversations with these so-called, these white supremacists, they're going to get stunned. They have nothing to come back with, because now she's going to challenge you on what you know. You don't know shit because you're a goddamn drop-off. You're not well-read. You're white-sided. You say,
Well, I mean, it was points where he was trying to talk over her because it's almost like he's trying to run from
the actual
the fact she's about to drop on him. Let's hear a little bit more.
Can I say something about Harvard before we go? He went and put Asians and whites together, but he didn't talk about the GPA of whites, which we all know that.
Like,
which we all.
It's not even close.
And I come from the hood. I got a 3.8.
So
Like, nigga, come
so
on.
we have to tell the truth about Harvard, and then what do they call those people that return because their mom, their grandma, their grandpa all went to Harvard? What do we
Nepo
call that?
babies, legacy.
Yes, legacy. Let's talk about legacy and rich Asians and Indians and Nigerian Africans sending their rich kids, which is a small percentage, to that university, and white kids are like, we're rich too, and we belong here, but
they're dumb.
probably get kicked out. You know what I'm saying?
But
And so basically, what it did was Asian kids are now not going to Harvard.
but you got to understand. And right now, what's going on with Harvard right now, from what I'm hearing, right, is they're trying to pull back on that because really it's designed to preserve white people, especially the elite ones. The ones that's Asian that get in, they're trying to maintain a certain number. But when we look at based on merit, most Asians will qualify to go to Harvard because they put in the work. Right, they here in America, or they went somewhere and got the GPA and the scores to prove they could go to that university. So what they do, they do
Like,
it.
let me tell you, before we play the video, it's going to be short. It's going to be short. Harvard doesn't even want the small hats at Harvard.
and there probably is reason for that. You get me? But remember,
Go ahead. Finish your point.
you got to understand. The whole purpose of Harvard is to keep a certain class of people going to university with the legacy thing. If they know people that is not part of white that qualify and they get in there and they graduate, they qualify for the legacy thing. They notice this, and now what they're doing is they're rolling back and say we cannot have this because to have the next wave of so-called white supremacists, we need the ones that's gonna be elite. We need these kids that are family-based that either dumb or not to stay in these universities to get into the circles to be in power. If we start naming more of the other people that's not part of us here, it's gonna be a problem. Now we're empowering them, and it's gonna push us out on a university that. Matter of fact, if you think about it, Harvard's the oldest school system that first established in the United States. You imagine now if they continue to track their art, letting people that's not white over there, it's gonna be gone in this couple decades, and they see this. So what they do to keep control of it, they said we got to put discrimination and we got marginalize and segregate completely now. So now you're hearing stories, some of them that do qualify, they don't get a call back because they're trying to protect white purity, especially the ones that are the next coming elites. And they can have a certain group of Asians and Indians that are really qualified to go to that university come there.
I mean, Trump just let 600,000 Chinese nationals come into the school system.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well,
and nobody's talking about it on the right.
Yeah.
Well, the dissident right they're talking about it because MAGA has fractures in it. But yeah, I don't want to stop.
I want to say something before I forget. So I think is maybe during this conversation he's going to talk about because he mentioned the black pilot thing. So I was watching Conservative, and these guys. You know, I wasn't on the panel. I was in the chat, and they were trying to argue that the airline industry was lowering the standards to be a pilot to let black pilots in, and that's what his chip was about. He's nervous if a black man flies a plane. And I'm like, first of all, it's a lie. That's bullshit.
It is a lie.
There's no standard that you would lower to let black men be pilots, right? So, you know, that's when one of the guys in the chat were like, well, they're trying to reduce. They're trying to reduce.
White boys can't be pilots.
You say what now?
White boys are suffering being pilots because the standard of living isn't equal to the job and labor that they're given. These motherfuckers are in debt. So
no, it's that, but also look. So I don't want to forget what I'm gonna say because I've been holding it. So the industry has had a pilot shortage. That's well known. It's had a pilot shortage. You got a lot of these older guys, you know, cashing out. So what the airlines were trying to do is they were trying to reduce the amount of flight hours. You had a guy in Conservatives chat that said, hey, what they were trying to do is reduce the amount of flight hours that it took to become a pilot. And that's one of the standards that they lowered. I said, well, what does that have to do with black men? I don't understand how lowering flight hours specifically lets black men become pilots easier.
It does.
I think it would be easier for everyone. whether you're white or black or whoever, that would lower the standard for everyone. He was, oh, well, you don't want to see the standard lower, do you? No, probably not. But try to explain to me how that specifically helps black men become pilots, right? Specifically. And if you can't do that, then give me another way that the airlines lowered the standards to specifically help black men. Or black women for that matter. Black people like become pilots, right? Well, they can't do that. And I say, well, you can't do that. You can't tell me a way that they done that. Then it becomes all that other shit that, what's his name was saying earlier. Oh, semantics, this and that. Oh, you're trying to get around the issue. No, motherfucker, you're just wrong.
Exactly.
You can't explain your racism. You want to explain
we can explain them doing it for a white woman helicopter pilot, but we can't find nothing on black people.
I just put them in the back chat for you, Marcus. It explains everything you're talking about.
So what I want to understand is black pilots, right? Can anybody tell me or show me like some sort of some metric or number that shows that black pilots are less proficient at flying a plane than white pilots?
There is no metric.
Right, there's no metric. So again, then he went into, well, DEI lowers the standards for black people to get white jobs. Now, we've heard the term black jobs, and we know what black jobs are. What he's basically saying, and people say, well, I never heard him say anything racist. Let me tell you why that's racist if you don't understand why that's racist. You're basically saying that there are jobs that are specifically held for white people, and as a nigga, you can't have those jobs.
You can't have them jobs.
You can't have them jobs. You can't fly a plane, nigga.
Yeah.
That job is not for you. Even if you went to pilot school, you got all the hours and everything like that. You took all the training. You got in the simulator. You did everything that you got to do to be a pilot. This shit ain't for you, nigga.
Yeah.
It's a white job.
Yep.
So when you tell white people they're taking the white jobs, that means, hey, I deserve to that pilot position is for me.
Mm-hmm.
No, what that shit was for was to say, whether it be DEI or affirmative action, what it was supposed to do. None of this shit does what it's supposed to do. Let's just say that. But if what it's supposed to do is give the qualified black person a job that people controlling the job would not give him because he's black.
Is there a way for you to share my screen real quick, brother?
Yeah, it is. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull that up.
Be real quick.
I can't. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. Because it bolsters what you're saying.
So I got to drop. Let me drop that real quick, and then I'm gonna add your shit. All right, there you go.
So right here, we got pilot and race by ethnicity. 2021, 81% white.
You can zoom that in.
Yeah, hold up. How do I do that?
The plus, yeah.
All right, bet. 2021, 81% of pilots were white. 2021, 2.73% were black. Look at the numbers. Look at the decrease in the white. It's marginal at best. Look at the increase in the black. It is underrepresented. Black folks are underrepresented. There's only what? Let's look it up. There's only 32,000 pilots currently employed in the United States. So a little around that point. 29.3% of pilots are women. 70.7% are men. The average pilot age is 44 years old. So it just goes on further and further. It breaks down that the white man dominates the pilot game. So
it's a white job. It's a white job.
It's a white job. Still, it's a white. So his whole argument is moot. His entire argument.
Right. Again, the reason for that. I mean, let's first start here. You got. I don't think that there's a ton of black men going for that position, in compared to white men, right? It's an expensive thing to do.
Yeah,
it's very expensive to become a pilot, right? So let's start there. But those numbers would be different if the playing field was level. And the reality is, let's just keep it real. And it's always been this way. white people don't want to compete. They just don't.
Yep.
They don't want to fucking compete. And what I don't understand about conservatism as is practiced by these particular black guys, right? Hood is back. Hold on, let me bring him. Is he there? Okay. Conservatism as is practiced by these particular black guys. I feel it like this. When I'm trying to understand other than whatever, your like ostracization or whatever thorns in nigga size you get to, throw or whatever. I'm trying to understand the end game, right? What the end game is. Because you're never gonna become part of that. Right. So I'm trying to understand, like, you don't, because it's my belief that black men don't have a home anywhere. I don't think that anybody on this panel or anybody in this chat really fucks with the left.
Nobody.
And I think that can't be said enough. And I think that when we say it, or when we had these sorts of conversations, we sound like we're pumping fists for Democrats, and we're not. And I think that black conservatives need to understand that when we say that. It's something that I used to go through on Bernard's panel a lot. There's no a white job, so a white man is supposed to fly this plane. That's not racist. Come on.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna Hood, you're back. So I want you to speak to this. Is the term white job, and to me that implies that this job's supposed to go to a white man, because in this society, these are the guys these are the jobs you want to see white men fill. Would be lawyer, doctor, pilot, all of those functions. These are kind of like things that make the system move. Again, there's no metric that says let me say this. There's no metric that we could point to, not even a meme that says black pilots are less capable of flying a plane than white pilots. But go ahead.
I don't think anybody arguing from a type of a right wing, anybody arguing from a right wing or conservative position isn't going to say that those jobs are black or white by nature. There is no black job, there's no white job, and there's no argumentation for that under the conservative umbrella.
But your guy said it.
He said it though.
What the guy? I don't mean, because I was gone for a minute. I don't think he's talking about white jobs as jobs belong to white people by nature. I think he was talking to DEI. And the problem with DEI is it is literally created with the specific intent to displace what would otherwise be white men. Because when you ask those people about those jobs, they say diversity. We need to bring other people besides who? White men. And
so let me ask you this.
Talking about
go ahead. Look
about
ahead.
White men.
So you don't think so? Let me ask you this: do you think there's DEI for fruit pickers? Hello?
Oh.
They might be one or two tall Mexicans,
No. I'm asking this for a question, for a reason. I'm asking this question for a reason, and I'll wait till he gets back. But I want to know where the DEI is for the non-white job.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, okay, if we're trying to displace white men, right? What about the jobs that are held largely by non-white people? Are we trying to push white men into those jobs to make it more equitable?
No,
because white men don't want those jobs, right? So what I'm saying is, so I'm gonna ask you the question, Hood, again. Is there a DEI mandate for people who pick fruit? Like, are they trying to, make that shit more diverse?
No, that's such a weird question. What was the build
Why?
up on that? Because I lost you for a second. I had to reset.
I got you. But why is it a weird question? It's a yes or no question. I'm trying to drive at a point
Well,
here. Just
because
cooperate with me. Go ahead.
just like feminism, DEI isn't really aiming at the low tier blue collar stuff. They're aiming for the comfy corporate stuff.
Okay, so the comfy corporate stuff, which is largely occupied by white men, you're saying, well, DEI seeks to displace white men. Well, shit, to be honest, if white men can get jobs up there, they could pretty much get jobs anywhere. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't necessarily
Why,
agree. I don't
why,
understand that
and
statement.
what would be your basis of disagreement for
I don't
that?
know that I don't know that a white guy can get a job anywhere just because.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So do you think that the jobs that white men predominantly occupy are more easily done by white men?
I don't know if they're more easily done by white men.
It's a
I don't
yes or
even know
no.
how to
It's
approach
a
this.
yes or no,
No,
Hood.
no,
Come on, man. Let's
no.
be honest. Let's have honest
No,
discussion.
I think this is a weird framing. I don't because I
No,
just
it's
the
not a weird
framing of it is
framing.
odd
Because
to me.
what
Like,
what I'm
why
what
would it be more easily done by them? What about
so
their
then the
whiteness
answer
makes
is
it
no,
easier?
right? So then the answer is
No.
no, right? So then the answer is no, right? So now that we understand that the answer is no, then those occupations should be more diverse. It shouldn't matter. Whoever's able to do the job because they got the certifications or the education should have the jobs. So
Well,
why are
should
these?
be
Hold
and
on, hold on,
how you
hold
get there
on.
are two different things, though.
Well, right,
And
but
who's to say what should be though?
no. What should be is again, if these jobs are predominantly occupied by white men, then what is the basis for that?
Well, what if those are the majority of the guys who are the best candidates?
No, they might be the majority, but as my man just showed us the numbers, there's an 81% versus what was the opposite? Was the black? So only 2% of black men are good enough to fly a plane.
Oh, it goes
I would be
beyond that.
now if you would
Not just fly a plane, but fly one commercially. And so I argue that when you start getting really, really into the numbers, and especially within Black America in particular, you will find that only a minority of this minority can perform these high skill, high pressure functions, right? And so when you start to hire for these jobs,
okay.
you can hire all the black people that are good at it, and you'll run out of them quickly.
No.
So you're saying that black people
no.
somehow hold on. Nobody jump in yet because I want to get to this.
We're gonna meet us up.
So you're saying that somehow black men are less capable of this job than the white guys because it's high pressure or whatever you said.
By percentage, there's a smaller percentage to draw from with Black Americans.
No, look. I said it earlier before you came back. Hold on. I said earlier before you came back, there will definitely be a small. I mean, just first of all, the fact that there's more white men, but secondly, because it's an expensive endeavor in the first place. So I don't expect 50-50 or for black men to overtake, the aviation industry.
So should it be 50-50?
No. Listen to me. Listen to no. Chill. There will definitely always be a white majority in that position just based on the realities in this country, which a lot of it is based on race. But what I'm asking you is that's a huge imbalance. I mean, like damn near non-existent. Right? So what I'm asking you is, does that represent one's inability to fly an airplane? Like, do those numbers, the 2% of black men are actually pilots? That means the rest of the black male population is just incapable of doing this job for some reason.
I would argue it's a blend of desire and capability. So out of all the black men, only 2% had the proper combination of desire and internal ability to achieve this rare feat.
So you don't think that there's a bunch of black men sitting around fully capable of flying airplanes, but just
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
get
bro. A
placed
lot of
anywhere?
niggas in the projects want to be pilots, bro. Fuck them. It's
Well,
not
here
gonna
we go with
happen.
the here we go with the
I mean,
project
cause
bullshit. No,
no,
bro,
no, no,
bro.
because it's a
I
tiny
already gave you,
majority.
bro.
It's
I
a
already
tiny
gave
majority
you.
of
I
even the
already
best of
gave
us.
that to you. I already
But no,
gave that
no,
to
no,
you. I
honey,
already
honey.
gave that to you. Let's not do the project bullshit. I
But it's
gave
a
you. I
majority.
gave
I
you. Don't
mean,
insult me. I gave you that there will be a majority of white men based on the realities. I asked you. Let's be honest here. We're not going to do that. Let's be honest. I gave you that you will not have 50-50 when it comes to racial,
so what number are you looking for that would satisfy your
I'm
blackness?
Whoa.
This nigga,
I mean,
That's the
because
man.
Jamaican coming out.
Hey, that Y
now that we're
chromosome got
getting
There's
into
your
tether
answer,
numbers
blood.
and
Marcus.
shit.
There's your answer, Marcus.
Now,
There's your answer.
now that we're getting into
There's your
That's the
numbers and
answer.
Y
shit,
tether blood.
so
if you're getting the numerical about it,
so let
obviously,
me
so they're over
no,
50%
we're getting
of the
no,
country.
so you
This
want
argument
to
is
hey bro, you want to interrupt me like homeboy trying to talk over this chick so he can win the argument?
Nah,
Because
you got it,
hold
bro.
on, nobody's gonna think that you're winning because you're talking over me or you saying crazy shit. What I'm asking you is, you don't think that there's a bunch of capable black pilots that can't get a job anywhere because they're black? That's not what you think. You just think that that's impossible.
It's possible, but I don't know if it's true.
It's definitely true. And that's why you got these programs that exist in the first place. There's no reason for that type of disparity in numbers. None. No logical reason, no reason that you want to defend. What my question is why are y'all niggas always like y'all are always on that side of the argument? You guys don't find any middle ground. You always are on the same side of the argument, right? If someone is being honest, sometimes they are on the other side. Sometimes, or they try to find some middle gray area that makes sense. But to me, black conservatives always defend the other side of the argument all the time. I don't even fucking do that, bro. Sometimes,
bro.
and I did it in the beginning of this example. I said to you, and you try to act like I didn't say it. I said to you, it would be unrealistic to expect an equal amount of black pilots as white pilots. Did
I
you
literally
not?
wasn't here
Did
for
you
the
not?
majority of
No,
that.
I said that since you've been on the panel. I said it since you've been here. So what I'm telling you is, with that being said, and my blackness doesn't need to be satisfied, my fucking common sense does. My common sense. So what I'm saying is, there is no reason that only 2% of the entire industry is black. 2%. You motherfuckers are saying, oh my God, 13% is committing all the crimes, but you don't have a problem with 2% being pilots.
What percentage of black Americans have a commercial pilot's license?
Why is it black
That's
America?
not the that's see
Well,
wait,
because we're
hold on.
talking about America, we're not talking about Saudi Arabia. So
This
what percentage of
guys,
black Americans actually have a
keep it
commercial pilot's
100.
license?
I gotta say something real quick. Okay,
Let me see if I can look
so
that up for you.
we're fully aware that there's a pilot shortage, right? And they're trying to hire pilots. So if I'm a black guy and I want to get in a program and they keep on rejecting me because I'm black, and you're in a system that says we need 30 more thousand pilots, and you have 10,000 or 15,000 white guys going towards being a pilot. You have to fill the other fucking positions. There's no other white guys looking to be a pilot or qualified to be a pilot. So DEI this in the proper way and put these black men and these women and these other people through training to become pilots. Well, don't y'all get the average age is fucking 44. They're on their retirement.
So let me ask you.
This is
hey,
the
Hood.
point.
Hey, hold on, Leon. Let me ask you a question, Hood. If we got so many black men incapable of flying planes, then what the fuck are they afraid of? Where do you get your
I don't know,
DEI?
bro. A lot of
No, no,
niggas
no, no,
can't
no, no,
even
no, no, no,
swim.
no. Where do
So I
you
don't
get
even
your
know. Like flying a plane is way more complicated than swimming, and a lot of niggas can't even
knock it
swim,
off, bro. Knock it off, bro. Where do your DEI, where do your black pilots come from if they don't exist?
I never said they don't exist. I
No,
asked
okay,
you how
so
many
you
of them
asked
are
me,
there. What's the percentage?
you asked me, what's the percentage? My thing is that really doesn't matter because if you have no,
How you gonna say it don't matter? Now you tap dancing. Now we tap dancing.
bro. I did it to you before. I'm not going to do it in the middle of a discussion. You remember that time you said that other bullshit and I did a video disproving you? I can do it again. What I'm saying to you is, bro, if you're worried about displacing white men, right? Because the airlines don't train pilots, they don't. So what I'm telling you, what I'm asking you is, if you're worried about, and I don't know why your black ass is worried about displaced white pilots, I don't get it. But what I'm asking you is,
nigga, this your issue. I didn't bring it up.
No, you said they're displacing white men. That's what you said. I didn't say that. What I'm asking you is, and don't dodge the question, if there's not enough capable black pilots, then why the fuck are white pilots worried about being displaced?
Because it's policy. It's a policy now. You're actually going to overlook white men for the sake of other people. So now they have lawsuits.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Can I actually speak at all?
If there's no black pilots,
because you talking down to me for minutes on end. You have to let me speak a little bit.
Nah, you interrupted me a few times, bro. You did.
But you still go for minutes on end with a word or two. Like, come on, let me say a full sentence.
Nah, because you be ducking questions, bro. But go ahead, bro.
I don't duck. I'm here standing in the paint. But my whole point is that when you raise it, wait a second. I can't fight you all. I can't fight you all.
Let him talk.
When you raise the question about the DEI issue and then black pilots in particular, it has to matter how many black pilots there are, because if you don't have a lot of black pilots to begin with, it's hard to argue that you're being discriminated if you're a tiny minority. It is only a handful of y'all out there. So that's one thing. Now, when it comes to the actual white men of it, if there's a pilot shortage, you expect the company to hire who's actually just the most qualified to fly the plane. And we both agree that you're more likely to get a lot more white men in the job. And so I wasn't trying to be completely an asshole when I asked you what's the magic number, because if let's say that
I factored that in already, though, bro.
Let's say that the place
and you keep saying the same shit over and over, bro.
I'm getting
and that's
to
why
a
I'm
final
interrupting.
question. I'm not gonna go on. I'm getting to the actual question of it. Let's say you want to implement your program to hire more black people. If it was 100% white guys before, what's the number you're looking for?
I'm not looking for a number. What I'm telling, and I keep saying this shit again and again. I said there are definitely more qualified black men than what we're seeing. Niggas go to the fucking military, bro. Fuck all this going to flight school and shit. One of my boys went to the fucking Air Force when we were kids.
I mean,
there's black. Hold on, one second. Let me respond to him. And that's where you learn to fly a plane for free. I'm out in fucking Vegas, Aviation fucking Central. We got Nellis Air Force Base, where these dudes are doing fucking maneuvers and shit all day in the air with these planes. What I'm telling you is, it's not that I'm looking for a specific number. I'm not wanting, it needs to be half and half. I'm not, bro, I keep saying this shit over and over. What I'm telling you is, what the numbers are does not reflect the amount of capable black men flying planes. And the reason we know that is, if you can do a program, and what Shango was showing us was numbers of white percentage going down and black percentage are coming up, guess what? That means these motherfuckers exist.
Yes.
You can't pull a black capable pilot out of thin air. He exists. So that means go back and look at the motherfuckers that applied and actually get them the fucking job, instead of overlooking them because you want the white guy flying the plane, because that's what our society is comfortable with.
Let me pull it back up so you can see it.
Go,
Yeah,
you can pull it up.
and Marcus, what I'm
So,
saying
go ahead.
is, we know affirmative action maneuvers funds to areas to train people to work. So if they do that and they still don't have enough pilots, it's like, hey, DEI the shit and get some black guys and other people in there. So those people get in the program, learn how to fly, then they fill out an application and they're saying, oh, it's a nigga, or it's an Indian, it's a Chinese guy. Keep on hiring the white boys, and you still have a shortage. So they're like, DEI, hire the black guys.
Well,
You have a pilot shortage. No white
Right.
guy is losing a fucking job. It's bullshit.
I want to show you something too right here. You see there's a retraction. So it peaked in 2017 at 87% white men, 2.97% black men. Then it retracted. The black number is disproportionately underrepresented in here. It actually,
You
in
know,
2019, go ahead.
I'm just crunching some numbers because I'm finally in front of my computer here. And we were talking about the commercial airline. 2 point something% of black men have a commercial pilot's license. And I just looked up the military itself, and about 2.7% of the military pilots are black or African American. So is the military discriminating against black men?
You want to target that, Marcus? Or?
So are you saying, okay, so you're saying 2 point whatever percent of black men are in the Air Force?
No, this is the
Or they're
military.
pilots?
So the Army has pilots, and this is pilots. So there could be helicopter.
You
This
want to
could
share that
be
with us though?
Ospreys.
So this is what I need you to do. I need you to share that on
Hold on.
screen.
I gotta drop down and I gotta come up on my laptop. So give me 1 second to reset this whole connection now.
Or you can send me the link.
The screen is black.
Well, no, because it's on my laptop, so it means it's quicker to just open up your stream on my laptop.
So your argument was that only 2% have a pilot's license and 2% are in the military.
Yeah, in the military, that's all the branches of all the pilots. Only 2% of those pilots are black. So that seems to be the number going forward, right? Do me a favor, is the link in the chat somewhere? Let me join from my
Marcus,
from my laptop.
Yeah, what's up?
So basically, black men go to the military because they can't afford a plane when they're younger to train. Amazing.
Yeah. And one thing, as you guys look up, isn't it ironic they said that black men can't fly a plane, and we were the inventors of it? Regardless of what they said, it was some white person that developed in 1800, and we all know factually from looking at it, a black man was first to create that. Ain't that something? So how's the careers of flying?
Hey, you sound like a hotep right now, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to touch that. I don't know. You know, I don't want to dig into that.
Yeah.
So
are we saying right now, based on numbers alone, are we going to argue that the military is discriminating against black men who want to fly plane?
No, most black guys
of
aren't
course not.
thinking to go to the military to fly a plane. You have middle class kids that grow up on like Fort Hood, Fort Belvoir,
Right.
they're
Or they
near a
frighten
base, and they're like, "Hey, I want to do that." And so once they graduate, they enlist, and they're saying, "I want to be a pilot." Most black kids that enlist are trying to take care of their family and go to college.
Right. So there's desire and ability, right? You have
No,
to
it's
even
not a matter
dream
of
it
desire.
before. You have to want it
again.
before you even do it.
It's not ability, it's who pushes them. As simple as that.
Oh, now it's who pushes them.
No,
Nobody's discriminating, bro. Most niggas aren't even trying to do that. And out of all the niggas that are trying, only some of them can do it.
It's access. It's really about access. Like unless you're going to the military, you got to have a considerable amount of money.
How many white boys have planes in their backyard, bro?
I know people. No, first of all, listen. I know a kid that was a crop duster. Okay, I kind of got a little knowledge of this shit myself because actually this kid was supposed to show me how to fly. Real shit, real talk. When I was upstate, when I was a CO, he was a CO. And he was a crop duster, but we never got to do it. You say what now?
Had a little side business.
Well, that he did it for, I guess the people up there. But what my point is My point is, let me ask you this, right? Because again, I already said, I keep saying that most black people, just because of the realities, I keep finding myself saying this shit over and over, and you keep not hearing it. Most black people are not going to have access to that, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Now, as far as the military is concerned, I see that number, right? So when you say a certain amount of black men have a commercial pilot's license, which implies that you got to spend money for that.
Correct.
Right? So it doesn't mean
Not
that
necessarily.
No, definitely necessarily. What are
Let
you
me
talking
explain
about?
why. I'm
The
explain
screen
why.
is black
Because,
again. The screen is black again.
bro,
Can you put this back on the screen?
because
I hit the button.
for a lot of people, the traditional path to
Marcus, the screen is
commercial
black.
piloting is the military. So a lot of guys do their hours, their combat and all that, and then they get out. I'll go fly for Delta. So people joining the military is the free,
Marcus,
cheap
the
way to
screen is
learn how to
black.
fly.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying, we're talking about being licensed. So
When you come
understand
out
that.
of
No,
that
no,
already,
hold on.
like halfway
No,
there, though. That's what I'm saying. It's
right.
the
But
funneling
having
system.
bro, having the ability to fly a plane and being licensed to do it is not the same thing. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, but when you come out of the military, though, you're already golden. That's my
I
point.
get it. I'm not arguing against that. But you framed it about being licensed. That's what you said when you talking about commercial aircraft.
Fair enough. You still have to get commercially
Just because
licensed.
I might be able to drive a truck, but I might not have a class B.
Right. No, but my argument is this, though, that when you come out of the military, you already been put through the training, and you're more or less
I
going to
get
be
it.
a desired candidate.
We're saying two different things. Again, you got to pay for your fucking license, bro.
Right.
I understand the ability to fly a plane either comes from the military, or maybe you flew a plane to dust some crops, or you went to school. But that fucking license, again, you framed it about license. I'm only responding to the way you framed it, that this percentage is licensed to fly a commercial aircraft. That shit costs money. It do.
Right. But notice the same percent within the military where it's free, though.
No. Again, that's the education, not the license. You don't get your license in the military. So
but you can learn how to fly the plane and have that as your
bro,
profession.
you're gonna say this over and over, and I'm gonna just keep saying what I'm gonna say over and over. It's not the same thing. Understand, again, you get the knowledge from the military, not the license. You're talking about how many black men are licensed to fly commercial aircraft. Okay, we're not talking about the education. Don't talk about the military again. I understand, and I agree with you. See, this is me agreeing with you, right? This is me agreeing with you.
We're gonna move past
Marcus,
that.
we have a black screen on the people can't see us on YouTube. They can.
Right. So
the charge was that black people were being discriminated against somehow, and now what I'm trying to do by pulling up the military numbers is to show you that of all the black people who even try to do this, when you go to the place that is easiest to get done, only about 2% of black people, 3 at the most, 2.7 rounds up to 3. But roughly 3% of black people can even make it. And so then when you get into the commercial world, do you think it's an accident that roughly the same amount of black people can only make it in the commercial world?
So let me ask you a question.
This is the number where people are.
Hold on.
There's nothing wrong with that because it's a difficult fucking job.
Okay, so are you ready? Are you ready for me to end? Because you're framing it as though only the guys who went to the military and only the guys who have licenses, that only those two groups exist as black pilots. Do you know that there are black men who did not go to the military, right? And they're not commercially licensed pilots that can fly a plane, right? You do understand that there's a third group.
Those
of
are
black
like
men.
hobbyists and Cessnas and
No,
shit
no,
like
fuck
that. That's the
hobbyists. I'm
lower
talking
level.
about no.
You have a whole bunch of Nigerians.
Hold on, bro. Let me talk to him because he's talking over me. Conservative. Do you understand that there's a group of black men that paid their way to flight school, did not go to the military, and do not have a license?
Okay. I didn't know that, but okay. Happy for that. But go on to the
Okay,
next
so
part.
no. So now that I've said that, and this is the part where I talk and you listen, because I heard you. What I'm telling you is We don't know that number. And what I'm telling you is you can't make the whole number about the guys who went to the military and learned who may or may not have licenses, because you don't get your commercial license in the military. You get your education to fly a plane. You still have to get licensed to fly a commercial aircraft after the military. Does that make sense? It's a yes or no question, bro. I know you don't want to say it makes sense because
you told me don't talk and just listen, so I was listening.
No, don't do that. I ask you a direct question. You can talk when I. You can answer a question.
Don't get all authoritative.
Hood, don't do that. You can answer. You can. Now we're trying. All I hear is tap dancing, bro. I'm gonna ask you the question again. Does one have to get licensed after they leave the military?
Yes, you need a commercial license.
Okay. And does one have to get commercially licensed when they leave flight school?
No.
What are you talking about? No. Yes, you do.
Flight school is a simple thing. For
if I go to driving school, I still have to go get my Class B, right?
That's not a commercial license, though, right?
No,
driving
bro,
school isn't necessarily a commercial license, though.
Hey,
That's a different level.
Bro, do you have to get commercial? Do you have to get commercially licensed after you leave flight school, driving school, CDL, whatever? You got to get licensed, right?
These are levels. No, I'm trying to explain something. These are levels, right? So you can fly privately in your small personal craft, and that's a type of license, right? You can now fly professionally for a company, and that's a different license.
No, we're talking about commercial. No. I'm not going to let you deflect. We talking about commercial aircraft.
We have to clear it up.
We're talking about commercial aircraft. We're talking about commercial aircraft. We're talking about commercial aircraft. You're moving the goalposts. We're talking about commercial aircraft. Commercial aircraft. You need a license, yes?
Yes.
Do you get that in flight school?
Okay, fine. Let's just say that so you can move on.
Here we go with the stuttering shit. It's a yes or no. Why is it so hard for you to say?
I just explained.
You ain't got to explain shit. You just got to answer my question. Do you get your license in flight school?
No, you don't.
Okay. Do you get your license in the military?
It's just like the military. You get license.
Fuck what it's just like. Do you get your license in the military? 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 You do not get your license in the military. You do not get your license in the military. You do not get your bro. The answer is no. The answer is no, and you know it's no.
Just
you know it's no.
When you're ready.
You
know when you're ready.
Bro, I asked you a question. You don't want to answer the question. That's why I'm talking over you because you want to. Bro, you want to make leaps and bounds, bro. It's not a bad question. No, you just don't want to answer the question because my point is, that people still have to pay for their license. Okay? People still have to pay for their license. The education doesn't necessarily come with a license. That's something you have to pay for. That's something you have to maintain. Yes or no? You're not going to answer the question, so I'm going to answer it for you. Yes, you do. You want to dance around the shit? Bro, if we're going to do these things, you got to be honest, bro. If you ask me a question, I'm going to honestly answer the shit. You showed me the percentages just now. I've been said that you're never going to have equilibrium among the races when it comes to this pilot shit. But there are a lot of black men who are capable of flying planes that don't get the fucking job. And we know that.
But you now have to tell me what number satisfies you, because if 3
I told you, I answered that question already.
I told you the number that you got, then that's the number you got. Why assume that there's anything else going on?
Hey, bro, you keep asking me a question I already answered because I don't bob and weave like you do. I said to you, I'm not necessarily looking for a particular number. I know that
that shit. What are you looking for?
Okay, so you're talking over me now.
We already said it.
You asked me a question.
It's literally a pilot shortage. They have people in training. They see a black resume. They throw that out the window. They hire all the white guys. There's still a massive shortage. They see 10,000 more black guys and they throw it out of the window. If they're doing that and you're running a business and you say, hey, would you engage in a DEI program to make sure that those black guys don't get their resumes thrown out the window? would you do it?
He's worried about white jobs.
Are you asking me a question?
Oh,
No
yes.
business is gonna
Yes,
business is gonna go out.
that is literally a question.
I can't, bro. I
Calm
can't.
down if you want to hear the answer. No business is gonna go out of business just because they don't want to hire black guys.
What is it? What are you talking about? Go out of business?
What type of dumb shit is that?
If there's a pilot shortage, then you're losing business, right?
No, bro. What he's saying is there are white and black pilots applying for those empty positions.
Yes.
And what typically happens is they hire the white guys. There's no threat of going out of business. There's always guys trying to get the jobs. They typically choose the white guys, regardless of qualifications. The unqualified guys, first of all, ain't no unqualified guys coming out the military. Ain't no unqualified. If you complete school, you're qualified.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
You're
still dealing with a shortage.
When you start your job at these commercial airlines or any airline, you're flying with somebody. You ain't in the plane by yourself and he's unqualified, he's gonna crash. No, you're the what is it? The first that's the captain and the what is it? The first the other guy, the second pilot,
the backup pilot, the co-pilot.
The co-pilot, the other guy. There's two guys in there.
Niggas don't even know how planes work, bro. You up here worrying about black pilots and shit. You see what the fuck I'm talking about? 3%, nigga. 3%.
Hold on. So niggas don't know how planes work.
Take your 3% and be
so why don't you
happy.
tell us? First officer. That's what it's called. That's what the guy's position is. And I didn't read that anywhere. It's first officer. So what I'm asking you is, since these guys are going to be up there with a guy. I mean, when you learn how to drive a truck, you're with a guy that knows how to drive a truck. So what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Capability. You fly the shit enough, you're going to fly the plane.
Listen, it's getting late, and I'm going to have to leave you guys. I'm going to say this and go, bro.
Hey,
we're looking for racism.
I got a question now.
Where it just doesn't apply. There's some other places to find racism, but the numbers don't support you here. I mean, the military's got the similar numbers in the commercial world, so something else is an obvious explanation.
So then let me ask you this. Then why do you do the Harlem Shake when you get asked these questions then? It should be easy for you to answer.
Well, for one, I don't see you guys doing what I do, which is standing in the lion's den on every panel fighting all 8 angry.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. I'm asking you about questions.
So you can't tell me it's Harlem Shaking. You don't like the answer.
You're doing it now.
You don't like is deflection, bro.
Bro, you don't say shit. I ask you a question. The whole shit gets silent for like 5 minutes. Pregnant ass pauses. I think the silence is pregnant enough for twins, nigga.
I think before I speak. The white man taught me that.
You have to think about yes or no.
Even that, even simple things.
Bro,
yes, the white man taught me that.
God damn, like shit.
Yes. You niggas wouldn't understand all the magic the white man has taught me.
The white man has taught you magic. Nigga magic, huh?
He gonna teach me how to fly tomorrow.
Gun line, nigga. Anyway,
we gonna find a picture of hood service and a hood ass hotel in the bed.
Just understand the truth. The truth in the question never has to be thought about, bro.
This was fun, bro. I'm gonna see y'all later, man.
I got a question before you leave.
Politics as usual.
Let's say if a company has looked all around for 100 white guys and they only found 80, and there were 20 black guys that put in applications, but the manager threw it out of the window, would you enforce a DEI program to fill those 100 spots?
No, I would fire the manager who threw applications away.
But they're going to continue doing it because it's presumed to be a
that is a simple enough problem to solve.
But you still
simple scalpel-like solution to your problem.
So you fire him. So let me ask you this: so you fire that guy, you still short 20 people.
Now you start the hiring process over again without that guy. Obviously, he's a fucking asshole.
So you don't hire the 20 black dudes.
Well, no, you start the hiring process over again.
Incredible. Bro. You see this shit? You heard that, right?
What did you? We
gotta find these 20 white guys. We gotta find them. Fuck these niggas. Yo, start this shit over again. We gotta find 20 more qualified white guys. Fuck these niggas. We can't find plays, right? Fuck these
Start the
niggas.
whole hiring process over again. Right?
Yo, conservative, yo, you've been incredible. I appreciate you joining the panel, man. Yo, hey, look, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Good night.
Let him walk away in peace. Let him walk away in peace, man.
God damn. Listen, I would say this.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna say it's like any man would say: is go with God. You get me?
Yo, my eyes are tearing. My eyes are tearing.
You get the white people on here, so it's like secretly as acting black on here to try to define and defend white folks. See, this is why I don't label every black person black. If I never seen life and you're giving off the rhetoric of whiteness, I could quote say you're a white person.
Yo, check this out. Let me say this. Let me say.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. What I respect about conservative is, at least he's consistent in his cooning. He's not consistent with his points, but his cooning. That nigga said, "Fuck them niggas. We gonna start this bitch. We gonna fire this nigga. We gonna start this bitch up. And we gonna find these 20 white men." That nigga is coon to the bone. Hey, he's consistent. He's consistent with his cooning.
Yeah,
God damn.
Right there, man.
That nigga could not say, you know what? Let's just hire these 20 niggas because you know there's these 20 spots. No, these are white jobs.
That's why I literally wanted to get that in so bad.
We need the white men with the blonde comb over to fill these jobs.
Yeah.
Oh man. I should have. It would have been easier. Maybe it would have been easier for me to say 50 black guys since there was only 10 positions.
No, it wouldn't matter how many black guys you said. Fuck all them niggas. Yeah, this is a white job. You're replacing white men in this position. When I'm on a plane, I want to see that as a white man flying the plane. Make me feel safe getting to my destination. Okay.
You know, I'm gonna fire the manager because he wasn't looking for white guys hard enough.
Right. You threw these 20 shits away. Why didn't you? Where's the 20 replacements? He gonna fire them for throwing the shit away.
There's no firing. I rather be honest enough.
That is incredible.
And the story.
Incredible.
And I said, oh, okay, I know who you are behind that. Yeah, you're white man. Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your honesty.
Yo, we're gonna start wrapping this up, man. We've been on here for hours and change.
I think that wrapped it up.
Yeah, you know what? Facts. Yo, Coon is the new black. We out of here, man. We're gonna end this right now. Fuck closing statements. We'll be here forever. 4.5 hours, man. All right. Yo, that nigga was definitely the star of the show. That's why I be wanting to save Hood Conservative for the real panels. You know, not to say y'all ain't a real panel, but yo, politics as usual, Hood Conservative, General Tito, Fantastic, Sir Tice, and if I can get Ty City up in here, I'm gonna get Ty City up in here, and whoever else we can squeeze up in here, maybe a Doc Thunder. We out of here, man. Appreciate y'all for jumping in here.
Peace.
Peace.
Oh shit, that was funny.